This event is live. Great. Flying, and I am live. Hello, everybody. Welcome to reasonable coding. Today I'm going to be building a Twitch TV command line interface or tool, if you will. And since it will be mostly exploratory, there will be a lot of less, how can I say it? It will not feel as I'm trying to teach something. It will feel as I am exploring or learning something instead. I want to build this tool for myself, and I figured I would just open source, not just the tool, but also the learning process and how it was developed. Yeah, cool. Let's take a look at the dashboard over here. And if we go back for a second. Cool. I'm going to share the link on Twitter. Copy the link address and then Twitter.com. Going live now. We'll be building a Twitch TV CLI tool with RC011 native RC011. Is this time? Twitch TV. Let's do an emoji. I see there's one viewer. If you let's throw me on the browser. Okay. Now I'll be building a Twitch CLI to reduce the amount. Can join and yeah. I never know if I should not ask for people to retweet for each. Anyways. And of course, I should have put a link, so I'm gonna remove this very quickly. Bam. Now we can put the link to the event. I think I should have done this before. There we go. All right, so I've got to say that I've cheated. I started a little bit earlier. I wanted to figure out some things and make sure that the scope of the app and what we're building today is very clear. Let's see. Volume seems to be okay. Cool. All right. Great. And I already have a few things going on. I already started with the scope where I realized that for authentication purposes, I want a flow that looks a little bit like this. You say Twitchboard, login. Oh yeah, Twitchboard is the name of the thing. And then it opens the default browser with login URL, and then that redirects you automatically to a URL, right? Like this one over here. That's handled by a local server that it started automatically when you do login. So then it looks a little bit like this. You call it logs you in, it takes you to the browser. All right, sorry. Let's say that's the URL. It takes you to the browser, and the browser already redirected us back to my localhost redirect URL. because that's what we're telling it to redirect us to. And well, essentially, this is just the URL that we'll handle locally, and we need to take a look at the token and make sure that we get access to the token instead of the application. Um, yeah, okay. So roughly what's going on is that you go into each login, builds up the URL, opens it up in your local default browser. You go through the login flow, which we're not going to show here. It's just going to be automated already. I already done it a few times. And then, right, the main page that we serve, the page that we just saw here, right, will inspect the URL, will take the token, will send a request to the server with the token because the server does not have access to the hash. The hash is only available for the browser. And then the server will just store the token somewhere so they can reuse it. And then the browser will just show, hey, they have logged you incorrectly, and this window will not close. You say okay, and the window closes, and it's good. And when the browser receives this, right? Serving an endpoint, we handle this. At the endpoint, we will inspect the URL hash, and we'll send the hash, the access token, to another endpoint. I'm going to put here parentheses, localhost 555 off success, and then token. And immediately prompt the user to close the window. All right. So that means request goes out of the browser into our endpoint, and then we see the little window, and that will close the. We see the pop-up window, and that will close the main window. Now, the moment that we've written that down, right, the same execution of the program, which I will be more obvious if I comment these things out, right? If I do this, right, will let us actually use that token to consume the API and get something like your username and save the configuration somewhere. And I'm picking this place, switchboard secrets, but it could be anywhere else. And then now you can start using switchboard. Cool. So that will be the login, and that's what I think is the first thing we should do. It would be an exercise not only building a web server that handles things, but also making HTTP requests to get data and parse that data from JSON into something that we can understand internally in our application, and essentially, yeah, it's consuming and serving HTTP over HTTP. Cool. So the first thing that I already have is putting together the login flow, right? I might be singing a little. I'm listening to Halloween. You can see on the top right here. Keyboard of the 7 keys. So we start a server with a port and a callback for where it gets started. We take the default client ID, and this is something that it's completely safe to look at, right? And eventually, I guess I want to make this one's parameterizable or CLI, but right now I'm putting them in this module so that they're yeah, I guess I could actually do this. Put them in here already, and then redirect UI. No, I don't know. I don't really want to configure it that much. I guess that you should be able to use this fairly easily, even though you're not me. So you don't need to necessarily create your application to do this. And since the application runs completely locally, then you can verify that whatever you're installing is actually the same thing that the sources we build in your computer. So it's safe to say that if there is a client ID here, it's impossible for it to, I mean, while it's possible for it to have code that is not the one that's advertised, you can verify that the application running is the same one as the open source version um, describes. So it should be safe for you to just run it, I guess. Okay, so I am gonna, yeah, we build a URL, and once we have the authentication URL, so I'm gonna put debug here. We just call open in your computer, which this should work at least on Windows. And we can take a look at how to open this later for other platforms. And open seems to return an integer. I don't really know what the integer is for this case. I think it's a status code. So I'm going to check on the terminal, on the console, on the documentation. Camel says, nope, camel doc says, normally I go to the Unix one because for some reason it's already in my list of previously accessed URLs. So sys has some command here, right? Yeah, okay, good. Returns the status code, which is good. So we want to open this thing, and yeah. We probably want to put this in a method somewhere so that it looks much nicer than whatever's going on here, and make it return a result so that if the opening is good, then you sequence something afterwards. Else, you don't have to do anything. But ultimately, what we do is that we send this request by opening it, and immediately afterwards, we start with hold. We just run. Honestly, this run forever should not necessarily be inside of the server. This could just as well be here, right? But we're going to keep it inside of the server, so it gives you the idea that when you run the server, it actually blocks and it keeps the application there waiting. Which means if we run this, then it should try to open the URL, which we saw it does, and then it should wait. And then it does wait, it's not closing there, and then we get this thing. The problem is that the URL that we have here is just not the right one. So I'll have a look at why the hell is this not happening. Leave the people alone. Right, so that was about it. The problem was the quoting around it. Cool. So we code that. We will open the URL. Right, so the website that gets served initially, it's just a script that will take the hash, drop the hash from the hash, splitting ampersands, and then split again each one of those inside by equals. So you go from something that looks like A, 1, and B equals 2, to something that looks like A equals 1, and then B equals 2, right? And then you want something that looks like A, and then 1, and then B, okay, and then 2. So this here will be a string as well, right? And then you go into something that looks like an object, A1 and B2. I'm surprised that people need libraries to do this, but I understand why. It's annoying to have to write it over and over again. So this would be one string. Oops, sorry. This is this, and this is a and I'm gonna have to comment these things because otherwise this is not gonna run. And this is gonna be a good reference for whoever takes a look at it later. And then we get access to the access token from that hash, and we try to make a new request here, which tells me that we probably want to log here just to see that if we do info, and then we do request target, and we can get the request by using rect d, and then request from the request description. And of course, this is going to be on M, some formatter, but it's going to take a string. I'm just going to render our string on there. Cool. So we close this thing and we open it again, we will do the logging flow again. And now we'll see that we actually go to callback, and then we go to success, which is interesting because we're getting the token immediately back into a program, which means we can start running all the things. Now, because the only thing that we want to do here is in this part, the part that works with web server, is just to get access to the token and write it to a file. Then we sort of should just do that, right? So I'm going to make a module called secrets inside of switchboard secrets RE, and then this module will be the one handling files, so we can read, and this will take a path. Okay, let's just say that we need to essentially have a type here that will have a token, and the token can be a string right now. So if you get the secrets, then you have a token, otherwise it fails. And we will need to write this down somewhere. So we can do left of string, and then here you have the token, and this is return should be token inside of a type, right? So you can tell it that this should be a t. Pressure build, good. And now we need to essentially read from file, read. Okay, we can read, and we can just take a file path, and this will return a result of t or some error saying like invalid secrets. Okay. So take a path, and right now let's just return error with invalid secrets. Cool. It has f path is unbound, which means we need to throw in here the BOS module, and that should work. And it says the error. Is it error? I forget. Error. Yes. Yeah, okay. Cool. So now we have a function for reading this thing. We have a function for creating the secrets from a string. And now we should both take a t and a file path and write something down. This could be an OK, or unit, or some error that we don't really know about, right? So then we get the secrets, and then we get the path, and then we'll try to write something down. But right now we're gonna just say error, and then we're gonna say could not write permissions. Sorry, secret swap. Cool. All right. So now I have our API. We can read the secrets, we can write the secrets, and we can make secrets based on strings, which means in our server, we probably want to take a look at this target and pattern match on it so that we can go to different parts of the flow based on the URL, right? So we can do target, request. Actually, we don't really need to have the target at all times there, so we can just do a switch target, right? And this will be a string, So I'm wondering if we should probably split by slashes, string, and then I don't know if we have a split. Split on char, yeah, great. Okay, so we'll split on slashes, right? And then we should have a list of things. So if we go into auth and then success, and then we have a token in there, then we're gonna do something here. And for every other case, okay, actually, if we begin with auth and callback, right? Then we'll do the flow that we were doing already, which is this. And then for any other path that we throw at it, we should just fail. So we're gonna create a response with some headers saying that there's no content. So the client knows when to start listening. And we're just gonna say method not allowed. And the contents of the response will be an empty string. If we save, we get the automatic thingy there. All right, that's a problem in line 30. What is it? It says this expression has type unit, but an expression was expected to type in open and close array. Okay, and I think that's because of this braces here. So essentially, we want to take and create a secret. So we do secrets of string. Then we can just put in token, right? And then we can just say secrets.write, and then we'll give this thing a path. And the path we can just take from the config now, default secret path. Right, and because we don't need to store this anywhere, we can just type it. Secrets right, and this will be a result. So we probably want to open the RR result. I think it has an infix module. Or R. I guess we can deal with this right. No, you know what? Okay, yeah. That result. We don't need the module. I'm gonna remove it, and then we can switch on the result. It's gonna be a little cleaner at the beginning, but then we can just change this. We got it okay. Then it doesn't really matter what we get inside. We're just gonna return. Honestly, it doesn't matter what we're getting here. It honestly doesn't, because I mean, what I mean when I say it doesn't matter what we get is that the response of this endpoint is not going to be used for anything in particular. So no one's going to be consuming this endpoint to programmatically write or read secrets. So, however, it will make some sense to just return an OK like we've done before. But like this. And this would be OK. And there's no response beyond that. Which makes me think maybe we just want to always return something empty and just have like an error or a response according. The status should be according to whether we could open or write the secrets file. Right. So for the time being, I'm just gonna always return the same thing. So we don't need to switch there. In fact, we don't need to set up. We can just call that. Yeah, we can do that. We can ignore it. That should be all right. Compact. We take the token. We build secrets of a string. We write the secrets down into the default secret path. If we go into config, We can define the thing there. Default secret path. Okay. Default secret path. And we can just make this be to the word. And secrets. But I would like this to be default config path. Right. I'm going to be using fpath a lot, so let's just use that there. And because this will also be part of a path, we can just do append. Yeah, default. I wonder if it defines operators. Let's see. Yeah. Oh, but slash dash is going to be a comment. Okay, so we can use the regular slash, and it should do the trick. Let's give that a shot. We open, we use default config path, and then one slash, and then slash doing secrets. Oops. That should build. In line 6 of secrets, we have we're not using this thing, and we're not using this thing yet. That's alright. Then we go back to login, and we'll see line 28 has a problem. He said, so this expression was, oh. Okay, I'll just flip this thing, path, and this would be path, and this one secrets. So, cool, so it means saved. Now we see line 31 is failing, and you know, we go through the same old flow. This should be uppercase K. Now I know that because I remember that because I've run into this problem before, but there's no other information telling us what the hell is going on. So we're gonna add some login here. We're gonna say logs, and this will be some info. We're gonna say receive. Actually, just gonna be like get, or no, actually, how can we do this? Auth server, and then this should be the endpoint auth callback. This song was so good live. It was really, really good. So much energy. Alright, we just say auth server callback, right? We don't need to show a lot of stuff there, but in here, oops, line 25, we want to say that the success and then the token, you can just put the token in there. Oops, token. Alright, so far we have the web server up and running, which has different endpoints that we can call and run. So if we do it again, it will go there, it will go to access token, and this will fail. Doesn't actually tell us. What is going on? Okay, so on server, this would be So we're going to be logging every request, and then if we get into a full one, like logs, auth success token, we'll say receive token, move on, and then of course there's a function. I keep forgetting that. Okay, so we log the road token there. We should also log something different here, which is say initialized. Nope. Login flow completed, and then there should be a known path there. You can just choose request. Cool. Line 27 has something weird. Oh, okay, I'm missing a brace. Close that. Right. Then I should be able to run this thing, and then it goes on and on. Yeah, why? Why does it do this? Known path. I wonder if this has an empty element at the beginning. Let's say go to UTOP and say if I have hello world and I type this into string, split and char, and then say, oh, just split that thing, and yeah, this will have an empty element at the beginning. Okay. Right. So then I need to do list the tail. Okay. Cool. Something's killing my machine. Keep stop. Shade of a camel? Why are you still running that? I'm gonna die. Go away. Ooh. It's running for 46 hours. It's insane. Okay. So you go to the right place now, and login flow completed. All server. Nice. Okay, we have a full, completely automated login flow that takes the user to the provider, and then you authenticate in there, and then it comes back into our application, and everything is handled by the CLI tool that has its own little web server, so you'll know how to get the access token from the path and give it to itself in different ways so you can access it inside of your application. Great, cool. Almost there. So now we just need to make sure that we write these secrets down in the path, and then after that we need to do some calls with it. This got very packed. I'm going to do endpoints, and in there we're going to handle auth success token. And we're going to be doing this. So that in here we can just say endpoints, and then auth success, and then we call it a token. It sounds about right. Left of callback, no parameters, think we will need to pass in the request. The request descriptor and but I guess we could also just return a tuple of the response that you create and the contents of the response, and that will be cleaner because then you can decide how to respond. You need to pass in the response anywhere, the request, right? So here. I mean, unless you want to use it, but if you do want to use it, then I'm going to do this, or some through there. Okay, so now when you get a callback, then you just endpoint auth callback, right? And you call that, and then when you get something wrong here, we'll just return this like that. Okay, and then in here, when we switch in this path, we will get the response. We will get the response and contents. Great. The auto for running tells us that there's something that's working now. So now the last thing I want to do is just take this open HTTPAF and also open it inside of. Oops, what did I do? No, 41. Copy that. Open it there. Cool. All right. Let's see if the behavior is the same. This opens. We get the little pop-up that says we have logged you incorrectly. This window will not close, so it closes the window. I'm going to close all these other windows that I'm not using anymore. And now we see that we've received the token. All right, cool. Now the last thing that I feel we need is a way to kill the server, which is strange perhaps, but we can't run this forever. And the reality is that right now we are ignoring the only thing that will prevent the server from dying. So we should probably do, we should probably return this to so forever, and this will be close. So now we can return this to in a tuple. I'm going to say start server. It gives you two things. Stop server. But we don't need it outside of this calls, so maybe we want to do this here. We will begin a promise that we will not be using anymore, or yet still. But when we create a connection handler, we'll give it a closure, so that you can close things. And our connection handle will take this closure, right? And then we thread it over the request handler. So our request handler will get a closure, right? And then we'll be able to thread it to whoever needs it. So the auth success, right, needs a token, but it could also. Okay, so how do we do this? Found down in the middle of a heartbeat. We want to respond, but we also want the closure inside of the endpoint, so that when this endpoint gets executed, it will essentially call the closure. I think the closure should be a function. Whoa. Let's see the type of this. Unit. Okay. Okay. Let's take a look at the LWT documentations. Let me see what's going on. We're looking for wait. We're going to take a look at the forever, the whatever returns on the left and on the right side of the tuple. And then we can use one of the other. So wait. Seriously? Okay. Okay. Right, cancel. So the result has P. Okay, it's not cancelable. This is music. I think we might need to resolve this one. Oh, use the same. Right, we can only resolve it, which means that if we call closure, then it will resolve this promise, which means this will finish, and then we'll be able to send logs. Yeah, successfully log you in. Cool. We still have an error line 80. Where we're giving the connection handler a closure. And I think that we need to resolve this in a different way. It might be that we need to do LVT resolve. Yeah, resolve method. Show return. Huh. I can't remember how we did this for cactus and other branches, so I'm just going to go into the repo. Oops. Inside here we are making use of await at some point. So wait. Wake up later. Okay, that's something that we need to use. So we can be closer and then LT, wake up. Later, wake up. Okay, we can just hold this here, get it closer, and nothing more. Now the CLI is complaining because line 81 what is going on? Oh, sorry. This is the wrong CLI file. There you go. And I think this is happening now because we are evaluating the login with velocity, which means we need to ignore the first argument. I'm not really sure. Oh, right. We're using login at both places. Alright, this is misleading. We have that there. So I'm just going to create a string module with a string function that takes an unit and returns a unit so that we don't need to remove either one. String array. This would be let string nothing, and then you get nothing there too. Ta-da! Save. Teachboard stream. Right. Because we have the top level module that we created, then we need to also manually export things. Interesting. Why are you still complaining? Not really why. I think the time for these two things will be different. Cool. That sort of makes sense. Alright, so now we do this thing, then we should log in, and the moment we're logged in, then oh ho ho ho, look at that. Fully automated login flow. I like this. You say login and it goes there and you press OK and then it already comes back. And it knows everything that it's, and the server runs locally, so that's also cool. Awesome. Awesome. Now we need to take care of writing the secrets down, and then the rest of our application can just read the secrets from our path. Which I mean, the whole point of the secrets module is to know what the data type looks like and how to serialize it back and forth, right? Not much more than that. And I think that what we could do is we could use boss to write the file, and we can use sexpert, parse expert to build up the expression that we want to write in there. So then we will just build a very small expression, and then that expression is the thing that we can write down, right? So we'll have some string somewhere, and then this thing is the thing that we want to put inside of both OS file, and there should be right somewhere, yeah, and we'll give it the path, right? And then the rest should be the input. So let's look at the signature. Yeah, the path down here, and then we return the result that we want. This looks alright to me. Let's figure out how to build the S expressions that we need for parse expert. So I guess that if we just build a value using this ADT, then we should be able to call a method to serialize it to string. Sounds about right. So let's say that we have parse exp here, and we don't. Okay, we need to add it as a dependency. So let's do that. Switchboard Dune parse exp. Oh, so parse exp, great. And then we have seen things here. I wonder if this has anything to write things down. Eager parser, converters. I don't know. Let's look at the docs. We might have something here. To string. But I think they're using a different module for the actual data type, right? Yeah. This one. Fractions by O. Load, convert. No, this is just for reading stuff. How do you do this? Okay, let's just go into the upon file and see the dependencies. You should be able to find out exactly. Okay, set speed leave 0. And we already have that, so I reckon that we need to use that one in particular. And I'm gonna split these dependencies a little bit, so it's slightly easier to figure out what's what. Oh, we actually have something from parsecs. To string, right? Which means now we need to build the actual value, right? So we'll say that we want to have a list. This should be a list, and then inside it, it will have several atoms. First atom is going to be secret, and then the second atom should be the actual secret. Cool. Okay, this is unbound. That's right. Open. Is it from parsecs? Okay, I don't actually see the types I'm looking for here, so I'm just going to say it's maybe in there. Yeah, maybe in there. Right, that worked. Cool. So, 8 still fails. That makes sense. We just need one of those, not many. That's a string. What are you talking about, Path? That's a string. Give a string, it returns the result. Line 8. String, expected parse value. Alright, you know what? I'm confused. I would expect this to behave differently. Right, so if I do this, then what is the type of value? Value, the string is a function from left to that, and then right, it's a function from a path to string. Following the errors on the terminal. So here we will be trying to serialize this pipe into a string and write it down. Line 7, right? It says that in character 57, so 57, it requires a string, and that makes perfect sense because right now we are doing, oh, this is, yes, precisely. We can do that though. So if we do sex relay 0, sex speed of the string, then we can turn the whole thing to a string, and then that should actually, boom, build. Great, this is amazing. Let's do the thing again. Let's run it. It will do a login flow. It will take me to the browser. It will automatically accept my credentials from Twitch because I already said yes once. It's a regular OAuth flow. And then it will go into a callback page that's also powered by this CLI tool. So then the CLI tool has complete control of what's going on, and it can just inspect the URL, get the access token out, and then call itself with the token in a different way, so that it has access to the token. And then immediately after that, what we were working with there is essentially dispatching to the handler route for authentication success, where we will take the token as one of the parameters. We will turn into a string, and it will write the secret into a file. Which means if I run this thing there, then oops. This is anticlimactic. Yes. Then I should be able to go into Twitchboard and see the secrets file. So I'm going to count on a file called secrets being created so we can cat it. Right now it doesn't exist, right? So let's do this. It's going to take me to Chrome. It's going to show me a little window, and then we're going to go back manually to the terminal and see what's going on. Okay. So we have message success. We have logged you incorrectly. This window will now close. Okay, and it closes. And then if I go back here, then the server has already seen the token and received token and whatnot. So if we do this, I still don't see it. Great. All right. I wonder what happened. I wonder what went wrong. So I'm going to close everything. If I go into CLI, sorry, into the login flow, then in here, this thing actually returns me an error or the good result. So we're gonna actually switch in this. Based on that, we're gonna log something out to see what really is going on in here. When it's okay, we don't care. But when it's an error, then it should be. What do we have here? A result, a message. We get a message, so we can do logs, error. Something went wrong. And then we put the message there. If it builds and it works. Okay. Unbounded constructor message, and this is from here. No? What? Oh. Right, it's a polymorphic variant, so we don't need to do the referencing to the module. We can just backtick it. All right, running it. You will say okay. All right, that's okay. Create directory file. We could not create a temporary file. What the hell? Why? I wonder. I'm going to do a small refactor here. Token. Hey, maybe, yeah, I do have the parent folders, I believe, in Twitchboard, unless I have a typo. Yeah, not to me either. And unless I'm running something in a very strange way, I would expect this default secret path, right, which is an F path, to have the right, path in there. So I'm just gonna do m writing stuff at and config default secret path F path to string. There we go. Cool. Running. Yeah. Huh. Okay. Let me just extend your switchboard. I wonder why one wouldn't be able to write something down. Permissions should be okay. I should be able to do switchboard secrets, right? And I can. And then this file should be empty, which it is. I wonder if it actually works when the file is present already. No, something went wrong. Create temporary file. Maybe it's possible that it doesn't work because of the app, the home site. Let me do default. Okay. Yeah, that was it. That seemed to be a problem. So now we do cat secrets. Boom, you get the secret there. Awesome. The nice thing is that now, immediately after the service is finished, right, we can read this file back and then we can make any requests that we want. So let's yeah, of course it's never going to work for everybody. So I'm starting to wonder if there's anything from sys that I could use maybe to just figure out where the home directory is. Sys command, maybe I could do echo home. I think I'll do that for now, and if anybody has a better idea, let me know. Get end maybe. Yeah, I can do that. Oh, so maybe what we should do is, before writing the file, with that success, we should try to create a folder. So boss os file make dir. So make dir here, create file compare. Good. This should make sure that we always have the folder in there. So if I remove this folder, right, then running this thing again doesn't exist, right? Wait, one sec. If we do have a folder, then we want to call the rest. Actually, I would say that we maybe want to run this when we start a server or before we do. And I'm already thinking that we should extract all that into a different module that handles local configuration to make sure not only can read it automatically and easily. Something like, well, we have the secrets module, but maybe we want to have like a local config, and then you just do check or verify or prepare. And this will take a look at the folder and create it if it doesn't exist, and if there is a file, then it just reads it and that's it. Then then login would not necessarily log you in again and invalidate your token every time, but rather just check if your token is existing in disk, and if it is, then you just make a request and verifies with the API, hey, you can use your token still or not. And if you can't use it, then you can re-trigger the login flow, but if you can't use it, then you just use it. Anyways, so at this point, we want to take a look and say, well, if I can create this directory, then I'll just run the server. I will do the rest. And I want to see if the R module result.r has, okay, so it's bind and map operators, but it doesn't have any or. Okay, that's right. So 9. Cool. Don't need to open anymore. Okay. Oh, nice. Create everything, and it's there. And cat secrets. Wait, my bad. There you go. Great. Now if we run it again, then it should just not complain. Yeah, it works just fine. Oops, let me have a different secret. Good. Okay, so this will conclude the login flow thing, the login flow part, or I guess. There's some things going on here that I would like not to happen here, but we want to do one last thing, which is like grid user. And that is, we'll make a small query to the API and we'll get the user information based on the token, and then with that we'll be able to just say, hey, welcome something. In my case, Ostera. That would be welcome Ostera. Cool. So now let's define this thing up here. User. And this is the part where I'll do something that I haven't done before, where I need to make send a request. So I actually think that it would be better to just say, let's say there will be a Twitch module or we've been using already, and in here we'll be able to call an API to get the user. So let's see how they structure the API, and we can structure modules accordingly. Some errors. First thing, second. First is so the new API, another Twitch API v5, right, has get users endpoint. Okay, but I need to pass in more than one user. Great. Okay, so if I don't pass any users, then the bearer token will be the one that does this for me. The response has a JSON payload with a data field containing a ring of user information elements. Oh, nice. All right. I wonder if this is the same. I've seen different names, but I think it's across APIs. Yeah. I'm going to assume that the Helix is the name of the version of the current API of Twitch. So we will want to create an instance of the API that has a token in it. So you can only call, so that essentially the token already lives within the closure, and that means you don't need to provide it on every one of the calls. Alternatively, we could make all the calls be token last. So if you have to make multiple calls, you can always just thread it by. That doesn't sound too convenient. At least not as convenient as being able to parameterize the module by a token, and then you get a module that works with that token. Okay, let's see what we can do. We want, in essence, to call users, and then we want to get a user. So there's users, and then you get token bearer. But to be able to call this thing, we either need to, yeah, you know what? Let's just pass in the token right now. Now, for those purposes, I would like the token to not be just a string. So we're gonna go in here and we're gonna make a new type called token. Sorry, this thing will have token type. So let token string. Yeah, this will be a string, but that will be internal to us. So I'm just gonna right now make the you know what, I'm gonna do it in the signature file. So str and then this will be str. Response type scope. Okay. You know what? This is starting to look like a lot of authentication related elements that I don't want to have on the top level Twitch scope. So I'll move all of this inside of another module, source Twitch, and then we're gonna have auth RE there, and then we can put everything here. And the token of string. Cool. And naturally, we can also save this one as auth REI, and then module type token. So we're going to take a list of t's, and we're going to take a list of redirect URI, which is a string, and a response type, which is response type t, and we're going to take a string for the client ID, and we'll return a string, but this should be response type. Huh. Right, of course. Doesn't need any of this other bits. Oh yeah, I think I'm just not speaking loud enough. I'm just mumbling things over here. I'll try to keep it up. Is that better? Is that better? Can you hear me better now? Cool. Yes. Yeah, I was just being quiet. I don't get why this is not being formatted automatically. No. I don't need that here anymore. Line 11. Oh, right, this should be a type. And I'm just going to add some docs here to type with the tokens, so that the formatting is preserved. Creates a token from a string. Response types. And get the string representation of response type. Okie doke. Unbound type constructor token. That's okay. But let's see where that is. It should be D. Unbound module response type. Response type. Oh, but this should not be there. This should be scope. And now this should be named scopes, and this is redirect URI. And this last one over here is this response type. Huh. Module type is going to unbound module scope. Why would this be unbound? I am binding it right here, module type. Side by side, this should be the same thing. Yeah, it's a list of scope T. Right, so that means that there should be a module scope like this. But then do I need to define the module there? Yeah, alright, I hear you. There will be a module and the signature will be this or that. I'm not exposing the interfaces. Okay, now that makes more sense to me. And now let's fix this error in login. Line 110, this should be Twitch off, build login URL. And of course, because we already have a Twitch module, then this should be module off. I'm not sure we're gonna need this one. If we don't, then we can remove it. But in the time being, off, and this should be users. And then we'll make a module called users there. Alright. So source, Twitch, and then users RE. And then we want essentially a get first. I think that's the one thing we're calling right now. Get token bearer. Get token bearer. And this thing will just take off the token. And it should return a user.t. So from now, let's just define the user module here, since we're going to be working with it. But I would very much like to have a model somewhere defined, so that the endpoints essentially get some data, make a side effect, and turn whatever is returned into an object of that model. So the rest of our application will just be using this user.t and doesn't need to understand anything else about how things are working. It would be interesting to know what a pattern will be for not only for handling the errors, like returning either the OK user or the error here, but to do it asynchronously, but not tied to the actual async library, right? So what if I want to use async here instead of LWT? Okay, but first things first, let's get something up and running that gives us the user. And once we have the scaffold, then we can scratch it apart. Sorry, split it apart and figure how to inject. I guess the injection would happen by having an ADT that describes the request that you need to make, and then you will have something like Twitch LWT module that will take that ADT and will actually reify it and make the request he has to make, and then turn it back into some other types that are handled by the Twitch library. But anyways, one thing at a time. So we have a token. So we need to extract the token at some point to make the the request. Let's see what the URL looks like. So we need to make a request to this thing. And when it doesn't have an ID, it will give us a token bearer. So we can essentially just try to call this, but instead of that token bearer, all right, multi-line, of course. And we can put whatever we have in our secrets. Copy this thing. Cool. So that does display, give me my user back, view count, and the type, which is empty, the description that I have, and so on. Okay, cool. So now I just want to pick up the login. That's all. So we probably want to, what do we want to do? How do we make an HTTP request? Let's take a look at the examples that we were looking at before in HTTP AF. Oh, I'm using HTTP AF. Yeah. So this is the code I'm looking at, and sure, I guess we need to make a request, and then we need to throw it at one of the transports. Just receive, not tomorrow. And this response handler here. Okay, again, we're going fairly low level. Very fairly. So the response handler, once you call it with notify response received, right, okay, so we're essentially just using LWT wait here to make whoever's going to wait on this request to, well, actually wait for it until it's completed. Since HTTP AF LWT will work on centrally. I'm getting a link over there. Let's take a look. Send request, read response, my handler, set of log. So I reckon send request is what we're looking for. Yeah, that looks about right. All right, but I don't want to do all of this on every one of the requests or every one of the methods that we want. We probably want, we do want this method to return this then. I mean, we're already using LWT, so it should be fine. We do want it to return a promise, which will be the response received one. This looks like most of what we, this is something that we can abstract away. Or rather, Steal. Wahaha. Okay, so source and Twitch, and then we want to do. I'm gonna go with HTTP. Originally from. I'm gonna put a link there. And so this will be the method that we would use to get the response to be sent. And if I understand this correctly, essentially you're trying to open a socket to connect to the host to be able to send the request over there. And then you're writing the body down and getting the length, getting the length of the body to tell the server how much you're actually sending to it. And then you build a request out of it. You have the same promises going on like we had before, so that this notifier gets handled gets passed into the responses and the error handlers, so that they can automatically short circuit this promise, resolve it. And then we actually try to run something. If there is some body, we will write it down. All right, cool. Thanks a lot for that. Speeds up the thing quite a bit. I wonder where this URI comes from, though. And then that means we're gonna need to make Twitch depend on a few libraries, which it doesn't yet, right? We need HTTP-AF, and then we need HTTP-AF LWT, and then we do LWT. Yeah, I know. We definitely need a higher level library for working with these things. Let me know if you're gonna write it down. If you want some feedback for it, I'll be happy to try it out. I think that for the server, something a la Connect, the middleware framework from Node.js, will be nice. The ergonomics that it has are pretty nice to work with. But if you have any other ideas, of course, just go ahead with those. All right, let's take a look at where the module URI comes from, and I'm going to assume that it's somewhere around here. We can talk about it later. I think you might like it. So somewhere here we should have a URI, or not. Nice. Can you link it to us? Oh, okay. So it's a separate library. We'll install URI, and then we'll use that in there. Boom. Installing this thing. So essentially, in here we want to do HTTP send, and we'll be doing some calling of things. Right. Okay. It's not compiling because of the dependency. So we'll just wait a second. I'm gonna get some water. I'll be right back. Range. All right. short detour. I'm gonna open this link. Let's see what this is. Recent native cross knowledge power API for recent. Right. Environment. I think that I'm not entirely sure. This looks more like having a complete node-like layer library for a lot of things. And I think what Montero and I were talking about was specifically having a library that does higher level HTTP APIs. So it will look a lot more like Express, or if you use Request or any other JavaScript HTTP library, then it would look like a lower level HTTP server API from Node. By the way, is HTTP-AF compilable with to JavaScript? No worries, no worries. Just making sure that we're all on the same page. Cool. Okay. So now that we have this thing installed, and then the module should save just fine. Great. And now the only problem we have is this thing over here, which is returning anything other than it promised it would return. So now we want to do HTTP, and we want to do, oops, no, send. What? What's going on? It should be HTTP, and there should be a module that I have. Oh, I meant if HTTP-AF is backend script compatible, or maybe JSON compatible. Yeah, I realized that is true. If you didn't compile it yet, Merlin doesn't know about it, but I have. No, you're right. I do have a type error there of the same module. Unbound. I reckon that there is some operation that I should open LWT infix. Cool. Now it should work. And then HTTP dot send, and the type of this thing is a method which should be get by default. I'm sorry, I actually don't like these defaults, but I kind of want to be able to specify what the alternatives are. Okay, this already knows it should be a method there. Additional headers, body is optional. Fine, I can refine this later. So the only thing that we need to send in here is a URI that we need to build. So let's build a URI so we can pipe it into send, and then we get the step backs. So with the URI, we want to do with URI make scheme okay, yeah, we could do upstream maybe, and then we can just pump in the URL that we were using here, right? But I'm gonna need to add some headers, so I'm gonna have to pass some over there. Okay, so let's just put this in here first, right? That will be the URL, and then and then in here additional headers. Spell additional headers. You already have something called headers, don't you? Oh, okay. One sec. Let's see if we can query it over HTTP. No, we can't. We need to use HTTPS. Darn. Okay. Fine. Digging up a gist. It's like an old librarian from the Citadel. So here we actually want to do the headers. What was it? Headers. So HTTP AF header of list, and then there should be just a list of the parse. So authorization, and then bearer, and then in here we can, oops, bearer, and then in here we can just put the auth token. I am actually just gonna pass it into as token auth token as header. All right, one sec. We'll get there in a second. Let headers. What? Oh, we already called this there. What? Cool. Hey, Dakota. Waste my time? Yes, I do. All right, let's take a look at the fork Van Monteiro and see what's changed, what's different. Proposal. I'm gonna make this bigger. To fix number 77, which is the usage with your camel TLS. If I see this correct there. Anything missing? I want to know if you have any. Okay. Hey, Dakota. We're making a CLI tool for Twitch, and right now what we have is a login flow. Let me open up the scope. This would be a good point to recap for everyone else that joined recently. The idea is that we build a real-time statistics, stream statistics tool for Twitch. So you go Twitch board, stats, or like a stream, right? And that just shows you how many people are on, the latest comments, and session time, and so on. The first thing that I figure we need is to handle the whole authentication flow. So that's defined here. And as it is right now, when you call login, which this is the command, it opens the default browser in your operating system with the login URL. So you go into the Twitch flow, and then when you click accept, it redirects you automatically to a locally served authentication callback page that will be able to access the authentication token and then write it down into a file, so that then the application essentially is logged in within the context of your computer, right? You can just read the token back from that secrets file and then use it to make more requests. And now we're trying to make the first request. So essentially, from this thing on the left that you see here, right, this little flow, we've done all this part, and now we are trying to be able to print this thing, which means we need to take the token and ask to Twitch, hey, which one is what's my current user? Yeah, and there are a few blockers apparently. So we're reading some docs, some comments in a pull request in GitHub, trying that essentially explain why what's broken with the library we're using. Okay. Actually, on Montero, this looks alright. It looks like we should be able to just pin this version and figure out what the write and read function should be. I do understand you might be looking for a GISC that already does this. I'll give you a minute. Yeah, precisely. So in the meantime, I'm just gonna pin this thing. So we go to, what is it? On Montero. And git branch. All right. Hmm. So we should be able to run this. No, pin add. Go for it. Cool. Both dependencies have been pinned. So now I can just do clean and build the whole thing again. Nice. All right. So now we have a different problem here. I'll just continue with this, and we'll see where we get. So this is the URL that we want to use, and this is us building the URI type, and then we put together a send function. Of course, we need to parse that result afterwards into something that makes sense. One thing at a time. Oh, actually, that's exactly the problem we have right now. All right. So in the meantime, because we know that we will need to figure out the problem of SSL TLS, well, TLS really. We can pretend that it is working and go on with the next thing. Where once we do get a result, we will have to parse that result into a user object type. And this is where I'm going to look into JSON libraries. So let's go to as awesome camel. Let's search for JSON here. Let's see what we find. There's PPX for that. Non-blocking streaming JSON codec for a camel. I know that inhabited type also has, I think, JSON AF. I'm not entirely sure what the quality of this is, the state of it. Might be a better idea to go with JSON. Let's also see JSON-M, see what it does. Okay, so this is by Daniel Bunsley. Camel blocking streaming codec to decode and encode JSON data format, text without blocking on I/O and without completely memory representation of the data. Interesting. The uncut codec also processes white space and uncertain JSON with JavaScript comments. Documentation. Decoder here. It will essentially take a string of some sort and some functions decoder. Yeah. As always, erratic software is quite thorough. Let's have a look at the community JSON. Your JSON, Joe JSON. Let's see how this works. Documentation, we can just go in there. And it's dead. Great. examples, filtering ML. Well, this doesn't look terribly useful. Pages, filter member, Latin, filter member title. So filter member actually accesses the member rather than filtering the member out. What does filter mean in this terminology? I do not know. So, there is no GitHub branches, GitHub pages branch. So maybe there was online documentation at some point. All right, over here, because the docs are down, let's take a look and see if anyone's reported this. Down. Going to gives me 404. Yep. Yeah, the 24. Cool. And we're getting a link right there to docs. Runtime reading and writing. JSON data from a camel. Address user comments with predecessors. Alright. Introducing compact expenses by this important. This is something we saw before in the README. Providing optional stage position syntax. Okay. Save JSON trees, subtopology JSON trees. Channel, string channel, nope. Feature for repeating. String. Okay, so how do I read one of these things? How do I read a string into a JSON type? And of course, we have an example here in the book. From string, if you give it a buffer, okay, if you give it a string, then it returns you a JSON thing. All right, fair enough. You can get started with that. Let's do a pom install JSON, and then we're gonna need it in the Twitch module. So let's put it there. Cool, I already have it. That means that when we do get promised that there will be something back, That promise has on the left hand side, on the good side of the result, it has a tuple of a response and a body that we can read out, and it has a connection error on the error side. Cool. So we still want to return a promise, so I'm gonna do a local open LLVT infix, and then what we want to do here is we want to do mapping over these things, and then here we should have the result, and then we're gonna, I guess we could just derive this, send this and dispatch this into a different function that takes care of the parsing. So let's just say parse. Yeah, okay. Yeah, let's just go with parse right now. At parse, and this thing will take a result. I'm actually not in love with this. I think this will be the rest, right? The results. And in here, we want to use parse to be able to get the body and the response out. So this thing is a result, right? And on the good case, we want to take the response and the body and do something with it. On the bad case, we don't want to do anything. So on the essentially to do something in the good case, we can just sequence. That should be okay. But this will be a different sequence. This should be result. Yeah. And I think our result is its own package. Twitch, Doom. Yeah. All right. Parse user. Then parse user, which you could argue should be inside there. Parse user is going to be a function from the tuple of the response and reading into. Yeah. Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm simply going to extract the content so we can have a function called parse here that goes from a string into a result of a T or like an invalid user, right? Extract body. And then here we will, what do we get? What's the type of this thing? No. Come on, complain at me. And 5. No, what are you doing? Just let me do it. Oh, this is error. But still. Okay. So this should be good. Result user T, and then this thing. Why? You should be telling me exactly the type that you should have instead of. I'm getting frustrated by this. Alright, so it is telling me already, and yeah, I should get a tuple, and then we have the response on the left, and then on the right we have the body, right? And we want to read a result back, precisely. So if we do error, no body, interesting. Line 16, this is a result, and then This is a function that takes a result of all right. I'm going to start the body. I'm confused. So on line 16, character 35, this function over here, extract body, should be a function that goes from the tuple into a client connection error. No, that's not entirely what I want to do. The bind's not going to let me change the error type. Okay, fine. So when you're okay, then we'll have a response in the body, right? And then we'll want to do something with those two, which will be like extract it and then try to parse it and return a result from that. But on the error case, and in here, if we have a connection error, then we should just return a connection error, but then this won't unify nicely, because the connection error that we're getting is, right, if this was a polymorphic variant, then we could put more errors there, but I guess we can't right now. One sec. Okay, now I get formatting, and this would be the connection error. Okay, so now we have the response here and the response thing. I do not know how to inspect it. I don't know what to do with it. I guess there will be something inside here for responses that will let me work with it. Body length, persistent connection, PP hum, no idea. So I'm going to ignore that. Body. What do you mean you can manage to type it? Okay, so body.t in the read. So I guess this module will have something to work with it. So I'm looking for a function that takes body t with read, which means it's read only. It gives me the string that it has inside. So much crap open. Close this one, and I can close this one, and close this, and this, and this, and also not that yet, not yet. And I'm gonna close half of our Twitch docs I have open that I don't need. And I'm gonna go into the source for HTTPF and I'm gonna search for that. Lib. We're looking for something that reads, takes one of this, right, and returns a string. And there's nothing. Huh. So how the hell do you build one then? Should be body, schedule read. Right, okay, so you need to schedule a read out of one of them to be able to get the data out. Something tells me that I'm going to look into the example and it's going to be dead obvious how to get the data out of it. But I'm going to need to schedule a few reads on this body until I read everything, and then I'm going to need to close it. So if I see here, somewhere in here, we should see a scheduled read. Maybe client request, go for the body. Response handler. Yes, precisely. Right. Okay, so I think I would like this to happen inside of the utility methods that we have. So I will take this little bit here, and we're going to go back into our HTTP module. And essentially, we're going to do cool. Okay, there's a few things that we will need here, like a response body. Okay. So print the string and save byte the string. I guess we don't really need this one over here. Cool. And the last thing is that in 9.14, we have an error, which is that it should probably be this way. Not quite, line 16, getting almost there. This has two statements, so 9.24. Consider adding, of course. Ta-da! There we go. A billion years later, it actually worked. And somewhere inside here, we just need to read the body. So in essence, this method should also return promise, which means left next and then wake up. Cool. Line 18, response fragment. Line 20. So LWTB bytes, it's okay. It's essentially going to be writing these things into the buffer, if I'm not mistaken. Line 30, response become, response secure, and hello, because the world is raw. Honestly, if you're talking about the syntax, about how to write the code, they are the same thing. Of course, they look very different and they have their own quirks. But in essence, you can do everything that you're doing with OCaml right now by using the recent syntax. And everything that you're doing recent right now, such as compile to JavaScript and so on, you can also do with the OCaml syntax. Right, a lot of tweaking around this thing. Now we finally go back to our users modules where we get the promise and we want to sequence it, right? Which HTTP, where is it? Response, read body. But of course, this only works on the good path. So we want to take that out, and we just want to say, if you get a response, this is a result, by the way. Then let's read that. Did that compile or work? but I need to give it something, right? I need to wake it up with the buffer. Response fragment offset. Otherwise, how on earth am I gonna get the value from the buffer? Let's go to read with response, and it's gonna be reading and just creating the buffer on read. Bytes. Thanks for the follow, Column. Alright, so response handler here is essentially where the hell? It never returns the buffer. Where does it do it? I can't seem to find it. Yeah, but you just given. Yeah, I'm there, right? And then you take the notify response received, and then you just wake it up with the unit. I would have expected. My intuition was that you would pass in the actual red buffer into this awakener, but that might be wrong. No. Where was your example? Going back to Twitch for a link. Here, lambda basic. I reckon you also have a function like this somewhere here, right? Yeah, you do. Body red, response body, and you're not using the, you're just reading the body. Yeah, got it. Schedule red. Yeah, okay, this is exactly what I meant, right? This thing here is creating the buffer inside of the on read. So you're always reading to a new buffer, and that didn't make sense to me. So you clearly need to create a buffer here outside. But I don't quite remember where is it getting the length from, right? Because you want to create a buffer of the length of the response, and in here you're just saying I'm going to create a buffer of this size. Is this size going to increase automatically? All right, grows automatically. Perfect. Yeah. All right. So that means we can just do 14, 1024, and then we can just read the console of the buffer when we want to wake the opponents up, which is what I thought we needed to do. And then instead of reusing the buffer, we are creating a new buffer here, but then you are adding to your own buffer. Okay. All right, that makes sense. Response fragment string, and then buffer create len, and then before you recurse, you do buffer add bytes. What? Is this a buffer that I don't have access to? Let's see if it's somewhere else. Oh, LWT's buffer. Is this it? No, okay, that's the one that I just saw. So I guess, yes, yeah, precisely. It's the opening that I have over here. If I just do HTTP AF here, then I should be able to access a different buffer. Not quite. Buffer contents. This should be pervasive buffer. Okay, you know what? I'm just going to call it directly through pervasive buffer. It's unbound. Uh-huh. That might explain why I can find it, which I find strange. Stack, status, I don't even have an std leave. I wonder if I need to include that module directly in my Dune file. Hmm. But in essence, I need to call buffer dot add bytes, and then here I'm going to put my buffer, and then I'm going to put the response fragment string, which is where stuff just got written to. Yeah, it feels weird, yes. So line 13, oh my god, this should be buffer, right? Alright, I see the type there, and I do have all these methods. This expression has type buffer t, expect the expression of type bytes. Okay, and then the add bytes works with buffer first. I think now I should be able to type it. Yeah, I think it was just at the problem. But then response fragment string, the first one, yeah. And of course, this is not buffer, this should be bytes. And you're using, yeah. Right. So if I do that, then I should have different problems. Great. Cool. Going back to user, line 20. Now it's failing, saying that it was expecting a result. So I'm just gonna do return. Yeah. Why are you complaining like that? This returns a promise, right, of a string. And this returns a promise of, oh, okay. Yeah, that doesn't look good. And I understand why. This should not be buffer contents okay. This should be okay buffer contents. And this should be error. Wake up. Actually, this should be LWT. Right, there you go. Wake up later, and then wake up, and then in here we just need to give it not the logs, of course. We need to do logs somewhere, but we need to give it an error, and then we should have an error from somewhere. I forget I removed something. from the example. No, yours is very happy. It works just fine. But the other one actually has okay. Once you format the response is an error. Reading error. Whatever. That should be okay. Cool. So now this next should be a next of perfect, either a string, which is the good thing, or a reading error, which is the bad thing. Now in here, that means this thing will be perfect. It should be a LWT result of some of those two errors. Great. And that means that if we sequence again, that I think the JSON parsing is going to be synchronous, then I'm going to use that one. Then we should just have parse results, sorry, body. And if we do have the body, okay, it should be contents, and we should be able to just call user parse contents, right? And if there's an error, I guess at this point we might as well just use result body parse. Cool. We're not using extract body anymore. And line 21. We have this thing, and we turn that into okay. Now let's see how the hell we parse this JSON thing. Right. So we have from string, and that will give us a JSON value. So we can do JSON, JSON from. There's no patterns there. I wonder why. String. Huh. Oh, basic. Is that a different module? No, that's good. Right. So we have this JSON object, and then now we just need to start working with it to extract the values that we care about, right? It's from string, buffer, from file, select the values from JSON structures. Great. All right, this looks easy enough. JSON, and then we get a member, and let's take a look at what the payload looks like here. So we want to get the data out of that. Yeah, okay, I don't want the data part to be here, so I'm just gonna do it in here. Actually, I like this even better, right? So the HTTP thing will actually return me some JSON representation instead of a string that I need to parse. So from JSON. So when we read the response, the body, will be a result. And if the result is good, we want to parse it and extract it data out of it. So we can do that here as well. Right. And then here we want to do body. And then if it's a good thing, you get the contents, and if the contents are good, then you should be able to do contents and JSON basic from string. And then you should be able to pipe this into JSON basic. I think it's JSON basic as well. .util. Member data. Right? And then that will return you the data. So this should be just mapping over that. Right. Cool. So I'm starting to think that all of the responses will have a data object, and in this case you may have more than one thing. So I think that the responses, I don't think the ping is making any noises, but thanks for pinging. I'll take a look in a second. So data here seems to return an array, but it might be the case that in some it doesn't always do that. Anyways, after we get that, we can just we can just call from JSON, which doesn't exist yet, but we can do that from JSON, and then we have the JSON object. And now we should return a T. So I'm thinking that this will be from a JSON, the JSON into results. Okay, let's do it slowly. We want to get the login name, which means we will have to do JSON, and then we go to member, login, and then it seems to have utilities for turning things into strings. So to string, so I'm gonna do the JSON basic util open up here, and if we get a login and the login is fine, then we can start getting some other things. For example, I would like to get the ID as well. I think the ID is important to have at hand. But the rest of the things are not very important right now. I guess we could also get the display name. Right. And all of this seem to be safe to call. I am wondering what will happen if any of them is not there. We can have a try in a moment, but essentially we want to return a user, and we'll return a user by just making it a struct that has this exact same things, and then making that struct private. Display name, ID. Actually, this should be a number. No, you know what? I don't think we're gonna ever need to do int manipulation with the ID, so a string should be okay. So this should be okay. Now there's a value called token that's unbound, and that's because this thing should go the other way around. Why did it not do that? I have no idea. There you go. So now 126 says unbound value token. What do you mean unbound? It's passing as a parameter. $126. Hmm. Six. Huh. Line 126. Oh wait, wrong file. God, this is login. 116, and now that makes sense. We don't really have a token because we have not read it yet. So if we go back to the original CLI flow, after we begin the login flow and we write things down, we close the server, and then here we read the thing back up, and we can use it. So we'll do let token. It's going to be secret dot read default secrets RE default, which is going to be told to read with a config default secret path. So that means here we get the results. Either they're good or they're bad. So we can get this thing here, secrets. I guess we can just extract the token. Then we get a token that we can use here. And because get token bearer actually is a result. Oh, it's an asynchronous result. One second. We get a token. So if we get a token here, we get a string. But we probably want to turn this into a proper token. So we will do Twitch off token of string. Cool. Which maybe means we want to use the same type there. One thing at a time. Okay, so now we have the token there, which is now token, and this function gets exactly that token, and returns us something else. So if we just do the same thing here, right? We can just call that thing there. And now this result is, oops, if we start there, I mean, we begin with a function that when we call it returns our secrets or an error, and then we call it, then we have the result of the secrets or error. So when we do have the secrets, we extract the token, so we get a Twitch auth token from it. This looks very nice. And then we can put that token through the get token bearer, and then is where things get a little messier, because now we have a result that on the good side it has a promise that there will be a result of a user or some errors when either trying to connect or when trying to read the response. So this is the part where we will just say we need to get so if things are good, right? Promise. We sort of need to wait for the promise to continue resolving, to finish resolving. And this will be the last thing that our program does, right? So it's I wouldn't be too worried about calling LWT main dot run here, but would I? Because that would not give me anything back. All right, so essentially now I have to chain the rest of the computation of what I want to do, not only when this result is good, but also when the promise inside of that good result resolves, and also when the result inside of the promise inside of the result is good. So here with the promise, and sorry if I lost you there, it's just a few levels to keep track of. So in here, and this is a different bind, right? This will be a bind from LWT infix. This bind essentially tells us that there will be a result. And this is a result of the, it's a user result, right? And here you have a result of a user or some error. So if this is good, then we can just show something out. If it's not good, then we can just print an error. So we can actually switch in here. Okay, I'm gonna get a user, and then here we're just gonna do like logs of app. Welcome. And we're gonna do user, and then we wanna use the display name. But if there's an error, right, then we'll just do logs error, something went wrong, and then the message in there. So this promise becomes a promise of one second. I'm just gonna ignore the error message for now, so that we see that the type is good. So this promise becomes a promise of should be a promise of unit. Why doesn't it know that? Right. This thing here is the user, and this expression over here takes a user and returns a unit. So then the this is a function that takes a result of that crap and returns a unit, and this is just change the content. So this should be a unit def, and now it is. Okay, I guess it worked. Cool. we're used to doing this thing so carelessly in the JavaScript world, just like throw a promise and if it fails, whatever, just do the right path. There's so many ways things can fail, especially when you have to parse stuff that comes from unknown sources, potentially from unknown sources. All right, so we can, I don't know if there is an operator here for errors. Whoa, that was low. So we handle the good case, now in the bad case, we want to get the error message, but we don't really know. Okay, you know what? I think the sensible thing to do here will be to take this token, to take this read default and to split that. We could use reward error. I think I'm gonna split read default into a switch. Okay, let's take a look at that. Reward error. We can also use this. So if we get an error there, then we'll just say an error, and then yeah, I'm just gonna use this one. Thanks for that suggestion, Montero. Could not read the default sequence. So now it should have whole promise of a unit. But why doesn't he know that this is a unit on the left? Right, because he's not. Hey Stefan, how's it going? Oh, we're working with RC011 right here. It's a new syntax for the OCaml language. It's essentially OCaml with braces and much more many parentheses. Much more many, yeah. That's the right way of saying it. Oh yeah, well this part looks a little bit crazy, yeah. But if you look, I don't know, somewhere like here, this looks a little bit more normal. Info, and then piping some functions of values, and there's a switch statement here, right? This is just a bunch of infix operators. That should be unit, which means the language should know that. Why doesn't he not know that you come out of here with a unit? Oh, could it be that because the right hand side of the result is different, it can unify these two things? Yeah, what's wrong with that one? Oh, error. Okay, now we have a different error. Thanks for that, Montero. Stefan, I am working with RC011 mostly because I want to be able to build maintainable software that can be targeted both for the browser and for native platforms. Um, that will be the very um, short version of it. It has a very strong type system that's very flexible with incredibly good inference. So you'll see that there is no type definitions going on around anywhere here, yet everything is fully typed. Yeah, of course. Or I can just, wait, something went awfully wrong. So here I get access to the promise, but I'm gonna return. I'm just gonna map over things inside of it. So I'm just gonna use map. Then after, let me just remove this thing. 138. So this switch is the one that's killing me. But why would this fail? I mean, I'm going from that should be okay. No, I'm not. Am I? Can you chain? No, you can't chain LOT main runs. You need results, unit of A. So this is a promise, and then after I map over it, I just get a unit, and then after I execute it, I just get a unit back, which means the result that we get out of this part, right, should be a result of a unit, and then we have invalid secrets, right? Okay, right. So if we put this inside of the R reward units, but I don't have a unit, I have an invalid secrets. remember that I have two levels of results. I have one outside the promise and one inside of the promise. So in here, yeah, I'm ignoring it completely and it becomes a unit. But on the outside, I still have the error that could have originated from reading the default. 148. Oh, this is from creating the directory. Let's see if something type checks so that the unifies ones and Marilyn understands what's going on. All right. So reading the defaults, we get this thing, and then we get it turning into a token. And token will actually just return me the tweet auth token directly and properly typed. Right, right. And what I was trying to do is essentially log the error when there's a problem with reading the default secrets, and then I will just ignore everything else and return a unit. But we are agreeing here. And then I try to get the token bearer, which is the user that bears this token, and this will be a promise that I'm going to ignore. All right, if everything goes well, then we should go into the welcome branch in here in line 38. I'm excited to try it out and see what the hell happens. So I'm just going to go ahead and do it. 1, 2, 3, go. And this is the outflow, and then I can close this thing, and then I go back. Okay, it didn't do this. Something went wrong somewhere else. Yes, we forgot about HTTPS. Shouldn't we have seen an error somewhere, though? I reckon that we should have seen an error somewhere. Okay, so from the types, I understand that the users module, right? When it tries to send a request, it either will get right, it gets a result of something that went good or an error of some sort. No worries. Okay, you know what? We're gonna log here. Log SWT error. Hello, Red Heart. We are doing recent ML, but we're going down the native part, so we're doing native recent. Oh, it's uncanny how often I forget to do that. Doing Twitch, and then we need LWT. Running again. Yeah. I wonder what would happen if I just try to call the HTTP version of it. Huh. Get a token there. Okay. I'm not entirely sure why we don't see the error path of the request going through HTTP and failing, but I'm going to take a minute to get some water and go to the bathroom, and then we'll be back to continue working on this. As soon as we get the HTTPS support in there, we essentially just have to start polling different endpoints and writing things on the terminal, which should be great. We can start by just writing stuff over and over, new lines, and then after we get the data and we get the right update frequency that we want, then we can look for libraries to do more fancy CLI interfaces. Okay, I'll be right back. And I'm back. Right. So I guess in this second part, if you can call this a second part of this thing, we'll actually take a look at how to implement TLS for our requests so we can support HTTPS, which means we'll be able to query things from the API. Whew. But we've gone quite far, right? We have a very nice login flow that's completely automated and saves the things you need in your disk. You don't need to do anything. You say login and then you click one click and that's sort of it. And okay, right. Where were we? We read the default things. We wanted to make sure that this endpoint over here, which uses this module over here, HTTP, actually ends up passing in the right read and write functions to client.request, which if you look at them, right, write v and read v. They're optional. So if you don't pass them in, then it's going to use the default ones. Okay. All right. Opening Twitch on my phone so I can read what you guys are saying. We pinned HTTPAF, the library we're using, into to a fork that Al Monteiro has in a branch where the last commit essentially just parameterizes making requests from the client by specifying which ones are going to be the writing and reading functions that you're going to be using instead of hard coding them to far they async write via FD. And then some changes in the signatures, and then where is it? Yeah, and another change here in the implementation file for LODT. And I don't see any changes made on the async. Okay, there you go. The async ones are there. That's the first one actually. Cool. So now what we would like to know is what the hell to inject in there instead of Faraday async write of FD. And I remember reading in this issue that he opened into the library that maybe we could use OCaml TLS for this. So let's look into OCaml TLS to see what it does, what it doesn't do. Don't you love it when you go into one of those modules and it turns out you already have left a star, meaning you probably already have been here before, you just don't remember it. Okay, let's go into the Unix documentation. Engine, config, packet, cipher, TLS Mirage, TLS. Okay. And because we could spend the next 10 hours with me fiddling around this module, I think the sensible thing would be to ping Ad Montero and ask, hey, how would you use this library there? He might actually not use it at all. So I'm going to go ping him now. Okay. He already has the gist open. It's faster than I can think. Cool. So he has a readf function and a send request that does the whole thing. Okay. So let's begin at the beginning, where things begin. So readf will be the function that, given a client, a file descriptor, and a buffer, will asynchronously read the bytes until it's done reading all of them. And the send request is very similar to the one that we already have. The difference is that now it's going to be pointing to 443 instead of port 80, which should be hard-coded somewhere in here. Port, yeah, there you go. No authentication, I'm stupid. Is that part of the spec? And then you get the authenticator back, and then you build a client with the authenticator. So the first thing you do is establish a connection by opening a socket towards the host and a given port. And this looks pretty much the same as we had before. Here, right? Get address info, and then you need socket, pf, inet, socket stream, and then connect. Info. Okay, there's a few things that are new, but we are essentially building up a socket, and then this always tricks. Okay, we're just renaming the socket, rebinding the name to FD, unless that means something. Sometimes it means something else. I'm confused about this rebinding every now and then. Once I saw someone, I think it was in the doc code base, have a single name on the right. Oh, refresh. Okay. Oh, that's even better. Syntax highlighting. Thank you. Cool. So the moment we get the address, right, we're going to be using it to build up a socket. And then what we seem to be doing here is define an authenticator that the moment that we actually create it, the moment we create it, we are going to extract the config from it, from the client. We're passing it in there. Oh, actually, this looks like we're creating a client config object value. And we try to connect to the file descriptor, the socket, using the socket address. Okay. If we connect successfully, then we will be opening a TLS client, a TLS enabled client, using the file descriptor, the host that we came up with all the way up here, and the config that we came up with here. So we get them. We first get the authenticator to try to authenticate. Now we set up an authenticator by telling it there's nothing that needs to be authenticated against, and we use that authenticator to extract a configuration for TLS that we're going to be using when we create a TLS enabled client out of the file descriptor, which remember is actually the socket that we are using to connect ourselves to the client, right? To the server, sorry. And when we get the client back, we actually have a client that's TLS enabled, and that's great. That means that we can define a few functions that we can use for helping purposes, like write v. We can take a look at the content length from the body. That it's one of the parameters that we receive in the outer invocations. And then we create the request headers by passing in everything that we already have seen from the HTTP method. So you get the method, you get the actual path, target, and then the list of headers. And that's how we actually use, that's how we come out with the write v function. Okay, all right, so it's, there's a few steps to go around, there's a few balls to juggle, but it's not insane. Now I'm wondering if there's anything in write v that we're using that we could parameterize to get write v out, just like a readf. But okay, let's start with the beginning. We're gonna take the module that we have currently for HTTP, and we can't use it, so we're gonna rename this to HTTPS, and we're gonna refactor it to work with HTTPS. So I'm gonna close everything, and switch HTTP, switch HTTPS. All right, cool. So now there should be some error somewhere about the usage, and we get the users RE. This should be HTTPS. There you go. Now we should have some other errors. Okay, no errors in there. Great. Cool. So now we can remove some of these things. For example, the port. We're going to be using the port 4433 by default. 443. And we're going to need some libraries. For example, X509LWT comes directly from OCaml TLS. So at the very least, we're going to need to install OCaml TLS. So we can do OCaml TLS here. And now we can add it to Twitch. Doing JSON URI ISP OCaml TLS. There's no package called that. It probably is called just TLS. Yeah, precisely. Thanks for the comment. Wow, we got like 3 new follows in the past 20 minutes. Thanks, Lam314 and Duolinks Metaump. Thanks for following. Give it a minute until it builds. It does sound like TLS.lwt, considering the patterns that we've used before, like logs.lwt and so on. Cool. It builds. It's building. All right. So in the meantime, let's review this again. We want to get we'll get the address info from the same host and same list of parameters that we have here, but a different port. And then we want to have the AI address, and I'm going to take a look at what the hell is an AI address. I will apologize for my lack of Unix knowledge. It's very spotty. We have lagoons, camel Unix. And I can see this here. Okay, there is one match somewhere. There you go. All right, so that's just address info, socket address. Cool. So we're extracting it, socket address, and then we build a socket just like we did before, and we rename it to FD. Okay. Library finished installing it here, so I'm gonna just do this. Save. It builds. Directory not found for option. I wonder if I need to install anything OS-wide. Oh shit, I forgot a question from Stefan. Stefan, are you still there? Stefan25. Cool. So we go back here, we have the socket. This little bit is going to change, it's not going to be exactly the same. What we need to do is, why are we using this SA? Right, when we connect. And we're calling connect already here with, okay. All right, that looks about the same thing then. Just inline something, extracted it out. So the next thing that we want to do is call the authenticator and build it with no authentication. I'm stupid. Did we? I mean, we as in the people that wrote the OCaml library came up with this, or is this part of a spec somewhere? And then there should be authenticator, and the values that we have is no authentication. I'm stupid. So when we call this thing, what do we get out? No, it's part of the library. We get an authenticator out. We're adapting HTTP-AF to use OCaml TLS to get HTTPS to work. We did a detour where we worked on the rest of the application. So if we fix this bit, then we hope that the rest is just going to work. And so if this works, then we just get an authenticator here, right? And we can use the authenticator to get your config. Wouldn't that be dope, right? He leaves and then we come back and we did a detour, but by the time he's back, we're exactly where. Cool. All right. So let's just build a config, right? And we'll do TLS, and then here, because this is just a config, authenticator. I wonder if we. So we build that, and then we are returning LWT Unix Connect. So many layers of piping in here. But then after we connect, right, we're gonna be calling client FD. Right, okay, now I get it. So everything has to be inside of this connect level, but also inside of this TLS client. So this Unix Connect is the one that's gonna give us access to read from the socket that we're connecting to, where the server will be writing, right? But if we don't get the TLS client, they will never be able to make sense of the data that it's in that file descriptor. So I expect this TLS client to be somewhere in here. Yeah, and it is. Right, TLS client. And it should also be, it might be in the read one somewhere. Since the read, yeah, the read one gets the TLS client. So maybe we can actually write the write one in the same way, so that you pass in the client first, and we don't have to put it in the middle. Yeah. Step 1, get an address here. Step 2, make a socket here. Step 3, connect to the address using the socket here. Step 4, get the client with the connected socket here. Oh yeah, Rick, it's definitely. Sometimes it's very high level. Sometimes it is. All right, so we need to throw something like this in there. We have the config already available in scope, and we have the file descriptor. So we can actually return this, and this will but no, we can't, because we need the config to be available to be able to do this inside after we've connected to the socket. Okay, yeah, I get it. So after we do that, but after we do that, we can do it, I think, because we'll be returning the client. I mean, this will be the TLS client now. If I get this right, which I don't expect it. So we go into the TLS library for LODT, and then somewhere in here we want to do Unix because we're in Unix, of course. And then in here we want to make a client out of a file descriptor, which means we'll need to pass in a client, which is our configuration. Then this is misleading config. It should be client. I have a question about the sequencing of this, which is of course not enforced by the type system, which makes me annoyed. But would it be possible to just essentially do this? Oops. Right, like to inline this definition in here, or is it ordering in which we're creating the client based on the authenticator relevant? Okay, all right. It's not gonna make much of a difference in the ergonomics of the code. I'm just wondering if there is some unintended side effects that I'm ignoring. So after we give that thing to it, we also need to pass a host, which we already defined from line 51. And then we need to give it the file descriptor, right, which we are actually calling socket. And then, right, I mean, if we return this thing, okay, this just got destroyed. We're missing a semicolon there. That was it. Then this authenticator, right, that we begin as a promise for authentication becomes a promise for the TLS client, which makes it okay. I think that makes sense because now this should be the client, right, which is what you have in here. So that means that now we need to do write. What's the name of that variable name? Is it write v? Yeah. So write v, it's going to be our write function, parameterized with the client, and our read v, read f. Seriously, come on, you. Okay, write v and read. Read. This should be the read function parameterized with the client. I mean, called with the client. Right? Also, we need to do equals here. Potato, tomato, I think it should be okay. If you think about it, there's actually not much code that you need to throw in to work with it. I mean, besides the write v and read f function that we're going to define in a second, which if my memory serves me well, they are bigger than that. Okay. All right. Right. The patch is very important. It's not lengthy, but it's key to extend this interface. Yeah, I feel you. I mean, it's okay for library writers that are working at a low level, but as a user of this, I'm like, oh, come on, just give me a like HTTPS module that just works with the same interface as HTTP, but it's secure, that sort of thing. Yeah, something easy HTTPS. I hate that name, by the way. Easy. Too many letters. All right, let's begin by defining the let write function. Easy peasy HTTP. AF. All right, and in here we're first gonna try to get the head of an I of X, which I have no idea what it is, but I mean it's a list of something where we will have an object inside of it that I don't know what this is. I reckon this is a Faraday object that represents perhaps a buffer of some sort. IO vectors for vectorized IO. Okay. Can you drop me a link of what is vectorized IO so I don't have to have you all watch me Google for hours? And then we build a C struct. Ooh, exactly, right? Vector IO. That seems close enough. Scatter gather IO is a method of input and output by which a single procedure called sequentially reads data from multiple buffers and writes it to a single data stream. Or reads from a data stream and writes it to multiple buffers as defined in a vector of buffers. Okay. Vector IO has several potential uses, such as atomicity. If the particular vector IO implementation supports atomicity, a process can write into or read from a set of buffers to or from a file without risk that another thread or process might perform IO on the same file between the first process read or writes. Interesting. I wonder if is there any locking involving here? Same file between the first process reads, right? Is the reading or the writing going to be linearized? Well, look at that. So I guess that vectorized IO is linearizable. And what's the random sequential place state memory can do some in one vector IO operation, right? Efficiency. Right, read V and write V is for write vector. Okay. This is one of the parts that I like the most about a camel. It's just so easy to just go all the way down to, hey, Unix or POSIX has this thing. You can use it directly. Okay, let's use this thing then. That's not what I wanted to look at. We were looking at this. We want to catch a function that may or may not throw or error, where we're gonna get the first of the IO vectors, and then we're gonna be building a C struct. There's a few comments in here we don't need, and then we're gonna try essentially to write the C struct into the TLS client using TLS LWT Unix, right? And if we do fine, then we're just gonna say, okay, this is how much I actually wrote. That sounds fine. So let's go all the way up there. And let's say write V. We can also use identity. No. Okay, that's just me not knowing enough, thinking that it's funny. It's not funny. We're gonna get some file descriptors, so I of X, and we need a TLS client beforehand, so we probably want to do a TLS client, and then file descriptor, and then I of X. And then first thing we want to do is want to say there will be an asynchronous operation that may fail. So let's begin like that. And then the second function we have here is a function that will check for errors. And then we'll handle those errors. So if anything in here throws something, then this function over here will say, okay, I'll take care of this. And in this function over here, so this we get an exception, right? This function over here has to do a few things. First, it has to take the head of the IO vectors and it will destruct it into the length, the actual buffer, the data, I guess, and the offset. I wonder if that's what makes HTTP AF fast or faster than most. And we can do this fairly easy. We can just say let and then fardi dot len buffer and offset, and this will be the head of the IODEX, right? And then after we get the head, we want to build a systruct by converting from one to the other, and that's what we want to write. So let's do systruct of big array, and here we want to pass in the len, and what else do we need? We need an offset, and what else do we need? I forget. And a buffer. The buffer, and if this thing works fine, then we're just gonna pipe it into hey, tls.lut underscore lut Unix, and then somewhere in here we should have write. And I don't, yeah, just write, regular write, on which we will do TLS client. Good. So if this thing is fine, and this is the way that we change the contents of the promise without returning another promise inside of it. If it is, then we're just going to ignore whatever it has, and we're going to say okay, and this is the length. Cool. So if I save, oops, we will, what? Line 41, no, this is not valid. That works. Cool. So we're going to need a local open here for LOUT, which I guess I could just do around catch. Did that work? Yeah. And for the exception case, 0 copying parsing, I need, how do you parse something without copying it? Are you saying no copy at all, like parsing in the source rather than reading the source into memory and parsing in memory? Ulrich, the first one changes the contents of the promise, right? But the function that you give it can't return a promise. I mean, you can, but then you have a promise of a promise. And the second one flattens two promises. So the first one would be like a .then in JavaScript, where you just essentially return a value. No, never mind the last bit. It would be like a .then in JavaScript. It's actually map. It's like a .map in JavaScript. Like if a promise in JavaScript had a map, then you'll be able to do something, the map, and then you just change the internal value without actually turning this thing into a different thing. It continues to be a promise. So it goes from promise of A to promise of B. And the second one, the bind operator, lets you flatten nested promises. I need to look into Angstrom more closely. Okay, so we got this part right, and then we have a bunch of errors here. I'm actually just going to copy this a little bit, because I'm going to have to go back and forth to read it. Hopefully that made some sense. And if we get a Unix error, and the error is Unix ebadf, check descriptor. Oh, that's a very specific error. Then we just return that the actual client or the actual socket is closed. But if we get any other exception, well, I guess we can just use function here, fun, as well. Then we can just print it. Okay, I'm just gonna, you know what? I'm just gonna do that. Save, and this what? Line 48? What's the problem? Okay, what? The reason I never use fun, not because I don't like it, I love it, but I never get right how to break between the clauses. It's just, it always gets in the way. Why does it do that? Oh, the reformatting is it doing bin commands? That would be insane. I really hope it's not. Right, 55. You know what? Sometimes I'm an idiot. It's 3. Yep. Alright, so we have a write v function that should read buffers and write them straight into the TLS client C struct. And now we want to define our readv function, which is somewhere up here, readf. And this one does similar things, right? It takes a buffer and puts something from it. And I think this buffer is a buffer that's coming from here. So let's begin by the beginning. We need to catch any errors in there. So we'll get a client. And that's pretty much it. So we'll catch it, and inside here, what we want to do is read things. And if we have any problems, we'll just So the first thing we do is we try to put into a buffer, and the buffer should be passing as a parameter. So we need FP and also a buffer there. So if we do HTTP AF LMT buffer, then this thing should have a put in here. Yeah, perfect. That looks just like what we want to do. So if we do the function that we're passing to this thing, which is the function that will be doing the reading of the data to be put into the buffer, is a function that receives a big string, offset, and length. Okay. All right, and we're just calling read bytes by threading in those parameters in there with the client that we receive above. Cool, we can do that. And then we have here, what is it? It's like a big string. And we get an offset, and then we get a length. And then we would just call TLS, LWT, Unix, read bytes, and on here we're going to call TLS client, and then I think just the same order, yeah. Big string, off, and then. Right? Okay, that goes great there. Cool. So we'll just say buffer and we'll pipe that in there. Cool. If this fails for some reason, then we're going to be catching stuff in here. But this looks like everything we need to be doing to read out of that place. And this looks a little bit more convoluted than the other one, but if we have ebadge f, we just let it fail with the exception. This is Unix error. What is it? ebadge f, we don't care about any of that. Just call exception. Cool. If we have that exception, then we just call this. If we have anything else, okay. We're trying to match in the state of FD, code file descriptor. If it's closed, then we print closed. If it's aborted, then we, But we always try to close the, shouldn't we always try to close the sync, even in the other errors? Yeah, I'm realizing that as I read through it. I guess for now we could just leave it at, like this. I mean, if there is some exception, we'll just print a fail error, and that's it. And we can also use logs and LWT. Yeah, okay, that looks doable. Whew. Damn, almost 4 hours doing this. Come on, we can get there. Yeah. Honestly, I think the signature is much more helpful than trying to come up with any nice names for it. I mean, what the fuck is a flat map? Almost there, yes. All right, so I think that's, I mean, there has to be some problem because we have a type error somewhere. (997). So the client, yeah, of course. And I meant readv, thank you so much, readv. But maybe this should not be called readv. Read. Oh yeah, look at that, we're getting so close. Line 128 instead of HTTPS is where we are calling this thing. An expression was expected of type. Interesting. Did I mess up the read part? No, this is fine. Okay, we just need to wrap it in a okay. And then we have a lot of unused stuff. Line 98. Okay, let's begin line 98, and it says authenticator was omitted in the application of this function. It should be this because it's labeled, right? Yes. And then line 38. We're not using FD here in write B. That doesn't sound right, but it's possible, so I'm just gonna ignore it. And we're also in line 49, not using this one over here, so maybe we can just remove it. And then on line 58, we're not using the file descriptor either way. Oh my god, it's compiled. Everybody, stand out. I'm gonna try science. TLS. So I'm expecting this to fail, but to the very least log some error saying why it failed. Go. Optimism, right? Okay, this just failed, but I have no idea where. So sort of the same problem we had before, which is not good. So let's go back to the login. I'm going to split this out into more steps. So the first thing is to either get the login, get the tokens out, right? But why is it not logging anything, like at all? Okay, type error in 3, 2, 1. Okay. So something does go wrong. That is good. At least we know that. And we have an error here, and from the type signature, it can only be an invalid secrets. Oh, you're gonna want to kill me now. But you know what was not implemented? You wanna guess? Reading. Yes, rip. We can do this fairly fast. So we'll take boss, OS, file, and then it's a read somewhere, read lines. We just need the whole thing. So type the path in there, and then when we get this out, if it's a good thing, then we're gonna try to parse it with parsecs. So parsecs, and we have multiple, many, and then this should be parse string, and it will return a result as well. So let's format that. Potato, tomato, path. The result goes for a string of message. Good. And then we get into a parse string. Cool. So if we read and we have a parse string, right, we now need to essentially go through that. How does he know where this comes from? He doesn't. Okay. That makes more sense. And we need to go through this thing, which will be the values, and then, I mean, right now we can just go switch on the values. Oops. And if it's a list that has 2 atoms, and the first atom should be token, I think it's secret. Why is it called secret? It should be called token. Token. And then the second atom will be the actual token. Then, only then, we'll just, you know what, this should probably be bind. Then we'll return OK of token. And otherwise, anything else that happens, we'll just return an error with invalid sequence. Cool. So now this should read the thing for us. God, how could we forget to do that? But we have been neat. So if I go through the expression, it begins with a path, it turns into some secret files, but I don't know why it does that. Or string. So what I want to do is take this thing, file, and I'm going to reward error, because what I really want here is to get just a message. So this should be parse error, and I think the R module should have something. R result and R. Actually, I think the parse error has a module. There's a module for this. Parser. No, let's go there again. Parse error. Okay. So many. I wonder if it's many. No. It's XP Trying to extract the error from the parse error. Oh well, the module is right there. You should have a message, right? And the message is just a string, so I can do message parse error of error. Cool. Now I think the time should be okay. We begin with that. Okay. So I guess we could just ignore it and just say invalid secrets as well. For line 20, takes a file and then parse strings into that. Of course, this variant pattern is expected to have type line 27. Where's line 27? Right, and yes, 6p, leave 0, 6p. There you go. And of course, because this is parse many, then it should be a list of crap. Cool, now it makes more sense. I can just remove the signature. It's a variable that I'm not using, error. Okay, cool. So now it goes through the flow, and then I expect this to blow up afterwards. Doesn't do anything, what the hell? Okay, you know what? Just return this message there. What do you mean these messages are incompatible? Parse error. That should compile. Good. Okay. So now when we read this thing, right? Read default, then it's either an invalid secrets or keyboard error, file error. Okay, cool. So it's either a file error, invalid secrets, or a parsing error. We can't open the file, we can't read the contents, or whatever we read, it's not what we were expecting. That sounds okay to me. So now we can do sorry. We can put this thing here, and we can do X, and then switch on X. And if we get an OK, then yay. But if it fails, which is what we're expecting here, error, and if we get file error, then this will be log error, not file error, essentially. Message, right? And then we will get parse error, and then we'll get an invalid secrets, and this should be just invalid secrets. Come on, give me some more data. I want to know what the hell's going on. Oh, but it's still message. What the hell? Right. We need to do parse x.parse error.message, and then we extract the message from this thing. If I understand that correctly, it should compile. Beautiful when it does, right? Okay, so now hopefully this thing will give us more data that it has given us till now. So this runs, there's something in there. What the hell? It receives token, but it finishes. Why would it finish? We're essentially doing so much logging here. And we should at the very least see a yay if it's a good one, but if we see something bad, it should be file error. Now I wonder if there's something that we're missing because an exception is being thrown somewhere. So I'm going to do the unthinkable. I'm going to wrap the whole damn thing in a switch. something with Sav, and then we can do print X to print an exception. Okay, this is not liking me. I'm gonna get Y. There you go. The string. There you go. Compiles, 1, 2, 3, play, go. Browser, go back. It's already finished. It's not. I am so confused. We run the server, and then immediately afterwards we're running this thing over here. It has to be this thing over here. Am I missing something obvious that you can see from there? Reading stuff now, this is clearly trying to do something, but why isn't it doing any of it? Read defaults, token, and then get paired hooking. So go to secrets, read defaults should be reading something. In Twitch, go to users. This is not synchronous, asynchronous. everything, build again, go, run. So we do get the token, okay. So I'm going to do a debug, red, this red token. I would like to know if result.r has any operations for that. That you tap into the result, use it, but no, continue. Message. Well, you can tell this is the end of a day that wasn't right. I can't seem to find anything, so I'm going to leave this thing here. It's not the most beautiful thing there is, but it's on the information. Hello, trapped code. This is RC011. This part over here has a lot of inline infix operators, such as map or map again, but by a different library. Normally it's this symbol though. Sorry, this one over here. Regular code in RC011 tends not to have that much infix operators being used everywhere. However, the OCaml side of the equation, since RC011 is just a syntax for OCaml, the OCaml side does, and because you can use everything from OCaml and RC and vice versa, then I'm using some OCaml libraries that give me these operators that I like. Okay. So, if, okay, this is failing. Why? This should be a single promise, yeah. And this should be a promise as well. I don't get it. I don't. Okay, there's something clearly wrong somewhere between that and this here. So get bearer token is either blowing up at some point that I'm not sure where yet, or it's yeah. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna wrap this whole thing, because it returns promise in lwt.catch. So then the main body of work will be this thing, right? And then if there's any exceptions, errors, then we're just going to log them like we just logged things here. Something in south. In line 54, we have a typo. Why would we have a typo there? Right, we're missing parentheses. Cool. And that makes sense. So run. I'm a little bit lost. I don't seem to understand where exactly this thing is failing, or why is it finishing so fast. I'm gonna roll back some of the changes that we have here, like the catch in this module and catch in this module as well. So we read the token and everything's good, right? So we know that up to here we're running fine. That's fine. And then when we take this thing in there, right? Wait, what? Right. Let me take this out for a second. I'm gonna put this in here, and we're gonna say if there are some errors, then we're gonna log them immediately. But otherwise, right, we'll in here we'll just get some token, right? And that means that we can call the token bearer with the token, and that means this branch over here, which I can probably just do an open there. This branch over here will go from a token to the result, so we have one layer less to care about. Especially well, this is not going to work because that's defined for a different type. This is the one that we care about. Save. That's more like it. So this should be the yes, lovely D1, which means we start with a token, we turn it into a promise of a good user or some errors that we find on the way, and then if we actually have this is the result. Because if we go through, then we have access to the result. And when we if I'm not mistaken, the result here, whoa, wait. Yeah. So the token turns into the promise, right? And then we sequence the promise, which means inside here we get access to the result that we have here, which means switching on that result will give us the user on OK and the error on the error. And then we just need to do main.run here. Listen, take care. But there's something that doesn't make a lot of sense, and it said, right, line 148, which is here. In the streets of hell, when the spirit may arise, make your choices, hell or paradise. The result doesn't have it. Result is just the result. This thing, oops. But watch out, beware, listen, take care. In the streets of Halloween, there's something going on. No way to escape the power unknown. Hello again. I refactored the code a little bit to handle the file errors earlier, and it looks like it's fine. It really looks like it's just, you know, like, hey, this thing is okay. I'm gonna put it here actually. Even shorter. So now I'm narrowing down to something going on here, but I need to first fix the type errors. Tonight. So 136, it does not know what this is. It takes a promise on the left, and it takes a function from something to the right. Now, of course, it doesn't make sense. So I get to read it. I don't get none of the code that seems to be doing the none of the code that seems to execute the requests seems to be actually running. So I'm a little confused about that. Yeah, you see what I mean? Like we go all the way to read token here. And we're gonna do, wait, I have someone asking me for the source. Initial commit. I think this is a repo already. Let me just make a new repo out of this. But I don't think the LWT part is running. Switchboard. And find switchboard, PAM, real time. Created. Cool. All right. Good. Sorry about that. So if I run this thing, right, it seems to, if I follow the execution on the left, it seems to be reading the defaults and trying to turn them into a token. And if there's some error, then it's going to print it outside. And then I see it read tokens, so I'm going to assume all of this is good, right? Immediately afterwards, I take the token and I try to turn it into a promise, into an HTTP request. And in here is where I would expect something to come out, right? But I don't see anything coming out at all. even though I'm sequencing it directly afterwards. So my guess is that this promise might not be running. So I'm gonna go into users. I'm in here, right? And I'm gonna throw in some debugs. It might be that HTTPS .send is broken. It might be there's something broken somewhere inside here. I don't remember. Yes, I'm using this. It's fine. So I'm gonna, yeah, logs lwt debug, and this will just be what is this? Got address. And then we can just sequence it. Oh, this is going to be a pain in the ass. All right. Sequence it, and then we can, in here we can just, I guess I could just use the synchronous. Oh my god, no, go back. No, where are you? Damn it, Beam, just behave once, can't you? And then 5. Okay, so I got an address and I got my TLS client, that's good. And then I do send a request. Maybe I missed something from the end. You know what I mean? Like when we were looking at the example that you had over there. In, where is it? Here, read B, read F, write B. Oh, come on, I think I lost the example that you gave. So I'm gonna go back into Twitch, shoot somewhere in here. I can't seem to find it anymore. It was in Discord, okay. Good. Yep, there you go. What debug statements? I think I removed a bunch, but left some others in there. Okay, so unless we need to specify something like connection close, or this is definitely not running. Something went wrong. This is definitely not printing when we expect it to print. Yes, absolutely. So I'm in send right now. By the way, I just posted the source code, which is what do you do with the response promise? All right, so when I call send, I'm guessing this is the promise that you want, right? I am trying to use it, yeah. Not that I'm aware of, no. So I don't see any of the logs that we have for errors, and I mean perhaps I could add a log here to see if we're getting here user.json. Of course. Goes. You think so? So when I added comments across the send method, I did see that we got our TLS client, for example. But I guess between having the TLS client and getting data back from the response, there's a few steps. Yeah, everything does look good to me too. They do specify they need authentication header, which is the one that I'm passing in. Where is it? Yeah, token as header, and this method just encodes it as authentication bearer. Well, even if I didn't, right, the request should go out and come back with some response that is not parsable into a user. I would expect this to just blow up somewhere, but it's not. Just the fact that it's not blowing up is just scary. Like, is this running? Is it not running? Why? Is there anything that LWT main.run does that I should be aware of? Any side effects, considering that we're calling it twice? Yeah, absolutely. 141. That's a very specific exit status code. Um, So you're saying that there's something that is crashing, and in that crash, we are losing information? I feel. Okay, and this sounds like something that would occur because the code that does the reading and writing um, is not handling it. Okay, now I understand. Perfect. All right, so the first thing we should do then is do that setup. And you tell me sys.setSignal, but this is not auto-completing signal sigpipe. Signal ignore. I reckon that that's a function, so that should be along those lines. All right, there's a space in there. Okay, so now that tells me that this should be a comma. Cool, that belt, interesting. So what will be causing the sig pipe? There we go. Connection error, something went wrong, e-pipe, right. Cool. And e-pipe. HTTPS reading error. Okay. E-pipe. Hmm. Think it's thinking. So I do not know. Let's do one thing at a time. Building the URI would fail. Will this throw an exception of some sort? I don't think. Okay, let me take a look at the URI library. Camel URI. If it does fail, then I'll just wrap it around and handle that failure. Yeah, this looks alright. We can move on to the next one then. Flushing the request body. Okay, you seem to know what happened. What do you mean requesting the path? Oh, you want me to build a URI out of the host? Right. You're extracting host out of the URI. So when I do this, a URI of string, will this blow the path away? In the module, okay. Let's have a look. HTTP, and then we have a host with default, and then when we do request body, URI path and query. No, we should be having the path and query of the URI. You should be okay. What do you mean no path and query? I'm interested in the other insight you had about flushing the request body, but I think this should be doing it. We can do that. Oops. Host and then path and query. Function. This always gets me. I know that it's good to do it. I just need to build the muscle memory for it. So the first thing will be host, and then we need to do the URI path and query. URI path and query. It builds, it fails, 990, I'm missing parentheses, I don't know, yes. Yeah, absolutely. I haven't worked with snippets in a long time. I used to use them in TextMate. Yeah, this looks fine. API to HTTP, and then Helix users. So there's one thing I did different from your code, and is that in your code you were sequencing directly onto the client of FD, right? That will be the difference. You had everything inside of this one over here. No, I don't think so either. I'm just minimizing the diff. You wanna say? Is there anything that you think we should be logging to understand whether the TLS client is open properly. Is there anything in write V that might be off? I mean, we're getting an error when we read stuff back, right? So maybe there's something in here that we're doing wrong. So be curious, because it's a fairly straightforward piece of code. I mean, there's clearly something in here, right, that is blowing up. Huh. Interesting. So we take the buffer and we try to read from the TLS client. Yeah. No? Are you sure? I could swear that I translated it from yours. I mean, I wrote it again, but oh. So instead of turning this into an OK length at this point, what you're doing is essentially getting bytes read out of it. And if you have if you have 0 bytes read, then you're returning EF else OK bytes read. I mean, yeah, that should be okay. Maybe we'll, I don't know if there's any code that relies on this EOF to stop reading. You know what I mean? Exactly. If we never return EOF, then whatever code is running this, then yeah, precisely. Okay. At least we agree on a hypothesis. This could be it. We'll find out now if it actually is. For some reason, this says I have a problem with that character. Okay, missing a comma there. There you go. Building, it built, runs, login flow completed, and nope. Let me look at your code again. So you have this function for one thing, and then in the other function, you do a bunch of other things. And okay, I'm not actually closing the pipe on an exception. Don't think that will be the problem. Maybe that's the problem. Yeah, most likely not, but at this point, I am out of hypothesis. Yeah, that was not it. But wait, is it still right? Was it right before as well? Yeah, okay. It's always been right. Just making sure I have the right EOF there. No way to explain the power unknown. There's an error, we're going to print it, and then just going to close the client and fail. Strange. But that doesn't help me, it's still not working. I would rather it was my fault so I could fix it. Do you think this is a bug somewhere? Oh, you get the same thing. Wait, is the endpoint wrong? I'm pretty sure we curled the endpoint beforehand. Hmm. So you're saying that Twitch is doing something weird. Interesting. It's the old API. Switch to the new one. Yeah, it could also be that the code is just wrong. Um, if you were to do steps 1, 2, 3, 4, as we did before, we get the address, 1, right? 2, we build an authenticator. 3, we build a TLS client. And 4, we essentially connect to the socket. And after we connect to the socket, we can now open a TLS client for that specific socket using the configuration that we've defined in the authenticator, right? The request handling code is exactly the same one that we had before, which is a copy pasta from the Lambda AWS example that you had. Okay, let me open that. Yeah, that looks like the same thing. The authenticator, build a config, you connect, and you create a TLS client out of the file descriptor, and then you get the client here, right? And then that looks about right. That looks like the same thing we're doing. It doesn't look like we are doing a bind in any place. That's right. So hit us steady until the end of time. Leave them ready for never no time. So where else could we check that we're actually sending the right thing or reading the right thing? Like how could we get deeper into this call here, the read call, to inspect what's going on inside of it? Hmm. Hmm. Unix error, epipe, right? I'm wondering if sending specific authentication headers changes the way that we authenticate. Right. All right. I'm listening. Oh, reading, but rather. E. Do you want to send me a snippet over Discord? My error handler needs a promise of its own. And which error handler? Okay. Inside there. In the HTTPS module, the send function, yeah, has an error handler that simply calls wake up later, right? I know, right? They make everything so beautiful. When you say they're using the same promise, are you saying that they're using the same promise that they wake up? Response received. Yes. So if we split those two into response received and error received. Yeah, I can do that. Notify error received. Cool. Done. What do you mean? If I don't use this error received promise anywhere, I can't even compile this. Okay, I'm going to ignore it then. So you're saying that if I ignore it, then I can compile and this should work. But for strange reasons. Okay, so now the app doesn't end, right? Because the response received is not resolving anywhere. Well, I was hoping you'd know, but yeah, let me write it a few more times and see what's going on. Honestly, I think this will very consistently always not finish. I'm also gonna remove that very, very annoying pop-up that I'm seeing all the time. Sorry. There you go. So that way I can stay in this window. Yeah, weird. Weird. I think my bet is that I messed up writing the right v read functions and the TLS code. I can't quite fathom what went wrong, but that's where I would put my money. Other than that, what's the epipe error specifically referencing? The infamous epipe. On the last note, pipes must have a read and a writer. If a process has to write the pipe that has no reader, it will be sent to C pipe signal from the kernel. Wait, so does this mean that we get this seed pipe because we are trying to write in a pipe no one's listening to? I don't know. We have reached the end of sanity. Kid address him for wake up later. I think the promises should be okay. I mean, you want to end, you want to raise them. If you have two, you want to have the one that finishes first, right? So if you have one and the result of the one encodes the results of both, I'm trying this locally and it's fine in my code. Uh, but can you request switch? Maybe it is just switch that's messed up. No, I can't write anything else. I can't read anything else. Yeah, same error for API github.com. When you request switch, you get API github.com. Quantum entanglement is strong today. Oh, right. But that worked. For me, that didn't work. So, could you translate your send and your receive and write functions with reformat and send them over? I'm gonna commit what I have right now, and then we'll see the difference, see what happens. I mean, there might be a few variables that are renamed or something like that, but I'm expecting some things to be fundamentally different. Something wrong on my end. Can you send me a gist or a guest? I don't know how to pronounce it. Oh, I did not see your Discord message. Okay, so this is the code you're running. So I should be able to copy everything they have in here. Can I ask why you define write v inside here instead of outside? Really, just out of curiosity. Okay. Yeah, I understand. No worries. Okay, so I'll just move this thing out there, and we'll see how it goes. Bye-bye, and then got sent, and I renamed additional headers to addition. There you go. Saving, and now line 64. I think I just need to do an open fix. Huh, line 168. Error received. Right, this is a separate promise that you were trying out. Back to the regular response received. If I run this thing, error key, open. So now we have something different, I guess, than what we had before. We have a connection error. Because this is handled outside now. Let's see if I go to users. Uh-huh. Yeah, so I'm definitely getting a client connection error when I use the same promise for both. And if I use different promises, and I ignore this one. Then it just halts. I mean, I'm sorry, the opposite of that. It doesn't stop. I think if anything, this experience has shown us that, well, we have libraries that do things very, very well, like HTTP-AF. The ergonomics for building higher level, the ergonomics for just building application logic is still not there. We need to put some time into higher level libraries that will do this sort of thing for us, and that we don't have to write and rewrite over and over. You see, we've got the right. Okay. One last thought is that maybe the problem is when we write things down. We don't really know where in the process of sending the request things are failing, but it's possible that we're failing to write the request into the remote socket. Into the, yeah. Is it possible? I am starving. It's been almost 6 hours. It's a coding marathon, really. I don't think I can run for 6 hours. I think I would die much. I mean, if I was escaping something that's hunting me, I would die much sooner than if I had to code until they get tired. By the way, in the calls that you're making, do you actually have to flush the body even if you don't write anything? I recommend, yeah. The request body is really just a request. Really? Nice. I need to give it a shot. I'll try to set it up tomorrow and see how it works. I really want something like a virtual environment, or like a sandbox, the Vim environments, to be able to just switch between completely different package, plugin configurations without messing up my. Refer to your dot files. I've tried doing it essentially by having different folders. So you have a set of dot files that you link to your home, which is what I do right now, and then just relink all of those to a different place. But several plugins actually require a completely different environment working, right? Some plugin might require you to have the recent CLI installed globally, right? And some other might say, no, you need to actually provide it locally on each one of the packages that you're using. And that happens with a lot of other plugins, not just those. Just to be, so I understand, when we create an authenticator, right, and we say no authentication whatsoever, does that mean that the authenticator that we get back, the configuration that we will use for the client, um, will bypass authentication, or and is it possible that if we say there will be no authentication, but the server, exactly, I'm not sending a private key. Exactly, is it possible that the server requires us to send that? I'm starting to stutter. I'm a little tired. I'm gonna start looking for Twitch. Dev guy. Get started. Just showing docs. Docs. I want the docs, just the docs. Yes. The new Twitch API. Great. So they normally send a client ID, but we're not sending a client ID. We have a token from the user, so we should be able to use that instead. Let's look at the reference. Right. And here they're just passing in the authentication with a bearer. The method is get, is PS. So the token is not valid, and that doesn't work. If we use our token in there, that works fine, and we get an object back, so we're getting data back. I wonder if there's something that we need to know about it. So connected to API, that's support, and the port is 443. Yeah, for a second there, I read 433 on the left, and I was just about to shake my head real hard. We seem to there is a certificate file here. I don't know if that's something we're using. It might be something that curl is setting up. Client hello, server hello, certificate 11, server key exchange, server finished, client key exchange, client hello, finished, client hello, finished. Oh, this seems to be using HTTP2. Come again? What is the ALPN extension? ALPN. Application layer protocol negotiation. Okay. Oh yeah, I saw some comments in there, but I wasn't entirely sure if that's something that I need to include or not. Oh, that's micro airline. That's a different thing. Where is it? I'm actually more familiar with the camel version of what you wrote. This one, ALPN protocols. Okay. Maybe I need to add that. But I'm not entirely sure how that. No, it's one created the client. Okay. I'm just going to keep that there. Stay there. Yeah, okay, so I uncommented the proper code, just adding the ALPN protocols to the list of the client configuration, essentially. Okay, so can you clear something out for me? Here it says it's using HTTP2, right? Using HTTP2, several supports multi-use, yes. Does curl support HTTP2? Yes, it does. Does HTTPAF support HTTP2? Well, wouldn't that explain why things are broken then? The fact that this API seems to, I mean, I guess I could try to curl over HTTP1 and see if it works, but it would be weird if they did not support HTTP1. Yeah, precisely. No, it works fine over HTTP 1.0 and 1.1 as well. Yeah. God damn it! We got so close so far. Did you say that you managed to replicate, or rather that it did not fail for you? You are the keeper of the 7 years. No worries, it's okay. Okay, okay. Good luck with it. Yeah, I can seem to be able to be doing this. I am going to recur to the camel channel. Hello, trying to use SPF with TLS here. Word error when reading. From the TLS comment. And no worries. Take good care. And thanks for all the help, man. It's always a pleasure to have you here as a almost guest, I would say, in this novel coding. Yes. Yes. Hopefully, I'll figure something out. And if not, then I guess we'll finish it some other time, which is kind of disappointing. But yeah, thanks again, and happy holidays. If you don't catch any of the other streams. Yeah, I forget that there's only like 43 people connected there. There might be more that are 470 offline, but damn. All right, I think this is gonna be a very long, very long episode. This is almost 6 hours long. We've done crazy amounts of things. We defined a flow, and we built a CLI tool that not only builds the right Twitch API URLs to start an authentication flow, but also handles in an internal web server that spins up immediately before you go into that link. It handles the whole flow for you automatically. So when you open it, it goes into the browser, and the browser will just prompt you to accept. And when you do accept, which I have had before and this doesn't ask for it again, it essentially will automatically handle the token for you, the access token. It will save it in a safe place in your home folder so you can use it later on. And now we're trying to actually request things from the Twitch API, which is of course the next big blocker. If we can't request anything, then we can't build any of the cool features that we want to build for Twitch for. So we need to figure this thing out so that we can get data out of their systems and into your terminals. Something happened though that I did not change anything, and the error seems to be different. Something went wrong, and something went wrong with the bank. So I'm gonna go tracking those down. RG011. There should not be many places. It's login or HTTPS. Okay, so let's go to HTTPS first. Something wrong. And this is what? Something went wrong. I'm just gonna say this should be an error. I don't know what kind of error that is, but I'm just gonna say HTTPS, a response, read body, something went wrong. And the other one is in login, which is the module that does the orchestration. And since this is after, okay, I will assume that it happened here. Something went wrong while retrieving user. So if I tell this thing and run it again, so the error is inconsistent. Because we can't open the socket. I'm wondering what the hell is going on. I'm gonna get hooked in this again and just keep working on it until we fix it. One time. Yes. Okay, I'm gonna take a break for at least 5 minutes. and I'm gonna eat something because I am starving. And then we'll be right back. It's been 6 hours of this marathon of recent ML. It's completely unreasonable, but um, reasonable coding is really, really taking some time. And once I'm back, we'll figure out why the hell do we get to open the socket but fail. And we'll start by checking out what's really going on in this function, and also this one. I'll be right back. I should get a screensaver of sorts. Okay. I'm just gonna go into Sketch, and we'll do this one. You see, say we are here to see the light. Oh, thank you so much. When I'm not coding, I sing around. I have a guitar as well here. Don't think I'll be playing it today, at least. Not now. I'm just eating a sandwich. Well, I'm not Scandinavian myself. I'm from Argentina, but I've been living in Sweden for the last 4 years. So the accent does, um, stick, I guess. But good year over there. Yeah. Where are you from? Wales. Nice. Never been to Wales. Mm. From my experience in these last streams, and right, so you can use it in a few ways, right? You can use the Camel ecosystem and tooling to work with everything, which is what I'm doing right now with macOS, and it works pretty well. It works mostly brilliantly. Every now and then there will be something super strange, but it's mostly because of the syntax reason rather than because of the Camel tooling itself. You can use it with easy. If you go to easy.sh, you'll find out that they're very invested in making the tooling work in a sandbox. But it also works very nicely in Windows, as far as I understand. You should give that a shot. And naturally, if you're interested in using a Camel or a Reason for the web, you can use both JS of Camel, or BuckleScript. Right, right. I understand. Um, do keep in mind though that OCaml does have a runtime. It's very small and it's bundled within the executables when you compile to native, because it is a garbage collected language, right? So you need a garbage collector. Okay. Getting back into it slowly but surely. I have some ice cream to go through, so until I'm not done with it, we'll be working on this. It appears that whenever we run it, we manage to open a socket, right? The state of the socket is that we're open and it's good, but for some reason, we're getting an ePipe write, which from the last thing I googled, where's my Google? Let's just Google again, Unix ePipe write error, and I also will need to get a spoon for this. Okay, we have this thing here, this one, no. I'm gonna go with the docs first, right? ePipe should be an error pipe broken. So the pipe is broken. Now, why does it say write? If I look for Unix error here, raised by the system calls below when an error is encountered. The first component is the error code, the second component is the function name, and the third component is the string parameter to a function. Okay, so write is the function that we're calling. We're calling unix.write somewhere, right? And we're giving it a file descriptor that is already closed. Nothing there. Nothing here. Right. So I'm not sure if it's the authenticator that's making this fail. It doesn't look like so to me. And I don't think the order in which this happens is relevant. I'm not sure. So I'm going to take the sample code that is given to me, and I'm going to try to use it. Some request there, and we just have a additional header. The only difference, compile, to be able to run it, and if this works, then of course we have a problem with the module that we wrote. It looks pretty much like the same thing. Yeah, okay, so it's the same error. So just to be completely sure. Yeah, same thing. I wonder if that's something that we should just handle. But I also don't know how to write. So if I write something here, right? Debug and red. That. So every time it reads, it will essentially show some progress. Feature 2 goes away. There you go. Run. Yeah, okay, so I am reading stuff. I think I just need to cut it out. To find out when the hell am I done with this. Because if there is progress, that means I am reading things off the socket. I just have to make sense of them and know when to finish. So what happens if I just return one of those? I don't actually fail. Hmm. Oi, oi, oi. What would it be? What could it be? Right. I think we've fought this beast long enough, and we can't seem to find a way to fix this problem. If anyone in the audience has any clue, please, this is the time, right? Um, but I personally, I'm already super tired. It's almost 2 in the morning here in Stockholm, and I've been going at this for at least an hour more than the session has been running. Remember that I started beforehand and I had the CLI up and running already. Hey, Bidlaw. Bidlaw. That sounds awfully familiar. So it seems like after after the it seems to be a problem when um, writing into one of the Unix pipes that I'm trying to use to connect to the server. So if I follow the path of the code, it's essentially somewhere along these lines that we do the setup and we try to get an address, and after we get the address, we try to connect to a socket, and then we build up an authenticator, and then using that authenticator, we build up a TLS client, and after we have the TLS client, right, we can start reading through the TLS client to the socket. The TLS will just make sure that it can do the its job in the middle of us reading or writing stuff in there, right? We don't need to know how it does it. And a little below is where we pass that client into the write vector function and the read anything function. Whereas the write vector one literally just takes a file descriptor and a buffer, and it will just try to read whatever is on this buffer through the TLS client. So when you want to read something, you give this function your buffer and TLS client of where the data is, and this function will just read from that TLS client until it's done. And once it's done, it's going to return, if you look at the other type, a promise of a number. So I'm not sure how often this gets called, but essentially you will be, you get either a marker saying this is the end of the file, or a marker saying okay, and I've read this much, like a progress marker. And this seems to be part of the library. If we go here and we see the signature request, you'll see that the write v function takes a closed and an OK, and a read takes an EOF or an OK. So the read, right, this function will do something, and then whatever it does, it will return an EOF or an OK. And the right one, it's a little above this one, it's even shorter. It returns OK something, or returns closed when it's it should be closed. So we pass those functions into the request, and the request then is sent when we try to flush it, and we close the writer. And this request will be written into the TLS client, I believe. But for some strange reason, when we're trying to read from this client, as you see here on the right side of the screen, here, we get to a point where the socket is opened. The socket is indeed opened. Sorry, this should be here. Doesn't make a big difference, but it should be there. The socket is opened, and yet we have a problem reading or writing from the pipe. It's a broken pipe problem. And I can tell it's a broken pipe problem because this code over here in the Unix documentation, epipe, here. Broken pipe. That's the last line. I don't know. TLS, HTTPS, epipe. So yeah, BitLock, that's sort of what's going on. I need to figure out why the hell is this pipe broken. But how do you manage to do that? When I try to curl, right? Now I can't seem to find anything other than, yeah. When I try to curl, if I go over HTTP, it says that I need to do the thing over SSL. Oh, okay, all right. Yeah, it's possible that they don't use HTTPS there. I haven't checked. Hmm. I love that the TLS demo server is not being served over TPS. Hmm. Okay, I'm gonna go into the lib, and I'm gonna hope that the library has um, some examples somewhere inside. HTTP client. Hello, Andre. Oh shit. Hope your girlfriend is alright. Glass of ethanol. Cool. 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 Um. By the way, if you're liking what I've seen, and right now you'll see me just you know not know what the hell to do in this particular stream. I normally do streams on topics that um, I'm a little more prepared on. I figured today I was going to do something completely new, so I'm in a spot where I don't really know where else to go right now. But if you want to check it out, if you go to events, there will be a bunch of streams coming up this week and in the following ones. In fact, tomorrow I'm going to be building a GraphQL API natively. That's going to be fun. And then the day after we're going to be building, we're going to be doing some property-based testing and so on. So if you're liking any of these things, please just set a reminder, follow, and I'll make sure to be there on time and well prepared. Yeah, actually, I do. I don't have it scheduled yet, but I'm looking into the AWS Lambda runtime for Camel, which with Ann Montero, which is that Ann Montero wrote. Ann Montero is one. He was actually earlier today in this chat as well, and we were looking at that, and also at building and running unikernels with ReasonML. I mean, what dialect of JavaScript lets you do that? Am I right? Take your app, run it as a fucking unikernel. Oh, maybe. I don't want to tie myself into any provider, really. Oh, no, no. What I'm saying is you can absolutely write unikernels in Reason. So answering your question about going a little more native, you can definitely go a little more native. Mm. I am so confused. I think I understand most of what's going on, which is the scary part. Ah, yeah. Speaking of which, I'm Andre. This is the runtime. Oh, so roughly speaking, ReasonML is really an old language. Reason builds on top of OCaml, and OCaml is a language that must be 24, 25 years old, maybe. Um, it's used in really heavy industries like quantitative trading, where they have machines and even hardware sometimes moving money around really, really fast. So ReasonML is really that same thing, right? It's the same core technology that lets you build incredibly fast and safe systems, but it has a syntax, like the symbols you type to write the code are more close to JavaScript than the original syntax, which is the OCaml one. And and TypeScript is really more um, of a layer on top of JavaScript that tries to give you some safety based on the patterns that you are already used to working with when you write JavaScript. Um, the the TypeScript type system is actually fairly big, and not necessarily in a way that the abstractions are small, but you can do very lots of things because they are very orthogonal and expressive. But in the sense that they have to fit a lot of use cases that would not be possible to type in another language with new features. So they have a lot of type level features. Uh, it really depends on what you want to do. The ReasonML can compile to native or to JavaScript. And of course, when it compiles to JavaScript, you can run it with Node or you can run it with whatever runtime that your provider uses or on the browser. And when it compiles to native, it can compile to a portable bytecode or well, web. Honestly, the web is really not that much of a bundle sizes. Sure, it's something you want to keep an eye on, but considering the amount, how fast internet connections are nowadays, it depends on what you want to do. If you need an application to be incredibly safe, and if a bug is going to cost you millions of dollars, then you probably would care less about the bundle size than about how sure you are that your application is correct. And it's a trade-off that you have to make. No, it's a matter of what you're optimizing for. If you're optimizing for building an application that is safe and that is really, really maintainable in the long term, and with abstractions that can scale very well while keeping it fast, then ReasonML is probably your choice. I tend to think that TypeScript aims at you know making people feel productive when they're not necessarily productive. Someone might throw an any somewhere, and sure, you can have your compiler set to to not include any. But if any of your dependencies has an any somewhere, you're sort of screwed. Um, so I mean, if you want people to pick a tool fast and just get running and get some perceived value out of it, then I think that TypeScript is great. I didn't say that they weren't. Maybe I should rephrase. Um, the work I've done with TypeScript, because I understand how some type systems work, it's perhaps more effective. But if you're not used to working with type languages, then you get the you perceive yourself as more productive than with untyped language or JavaScript without any type annotations, and you might be a little bit more. But the reality is that in the long run, if you don't use the features of the language itself, if you don't invest into learning how to use the type system, then you will not be more productive at all. And the argument for choosing TypeScript is normally that it feels like something that people already know. So you feel like you already know everything you need to know, so you feel like you are a little bit more productive, but you aren't until but you so I'm not sure what you mean when you say that it's amazing. What I can tell you is that a lot of people are going to be able to pick it up real fast, but very few people are going to be able to bring extra quality through the type system. They will have to invest time into learning, oh, okay, so this is what types are really for, and this is how we should use them. There's not a lot of value in saying this thing is a string. There is there is more value into encoding your domain, the problem that you're trying to solve in the type system. And normally, right? But um, normally your domain is not strings, right? You're working with, I don't know, healthcare, or you're working in finance, or you're working in sales, in e-commerce. And if you no, my argument, I am a front-end developer. I do front-end development work every day, right? I also do back-end stuff, but like building GraphQL services and gRPC services and whatnot. My argument is that unless you spend time trying to learn how the type system works and how to use a type system to bring more quality into your product, right? Then using TypeScript is not really going to help. It's going to tell you the easy things like, oh, this thing is not null, or oh, this thing is a string or a number, but it's not going to be able to help you in a really big code base. If you bring if you try to bring a Java programmer, for example, and do TypeScript, they will immediately start with saying, all right, let's define our model, because they do model classes, right? They will say, if we have a user, there will be a class called user, and this will be our core type. Yes, I know. I 100% know that. I understand that. The problem is that people not necessarily go and do that. And that's why I'm saying that throwing TypeScript into your code base is not just going to help you. You need to actually sit down and learn, oh, how am I going to model my problem? Am I going to use variants for this? Am I gonna use records, and so on and so forth? Well, if you have, I don't know. Yeah, maybe. Right. But the argument that most people have for for saying or for backing the statement that TypeScript is amazing is that anybody can just pick it up, right? And that's what I think the language is misleading. But that's just my personal opinion. I would much rather spend some time learning something that's much smaller, like the reason type system, and I can essentially keep in my own head. It's really very small type system. Anyway, I'm not getting any closer to the solution. I am getting much tired, more tired. So I'm gonna leave you now. It's been a heck of an 8 hours. I've learned so much today. It's been really amazing to go from a super high level thing like, all right, I'm gonna try to define what the type of a token for this API is, all the way down to how to handle things, how to essentially pipe TLS sockets, Unix sockets through a TLS client to be able to read and write through them. Thanks a lot, Al Montero. I know you're not online anymore, but I just want to thank you again. Thanks to everyone who's been a part of the stream today. I know all the discussions are going on. Bidlon, I'm Andre. Thank you for keeping the chat alive. And yeah, I'm gonna go now. I wish you all very, very happy New Year. If you're liking the stream, just going to follow. I don't know, you'll see the button over there. I don't really see it. And if you're liking the way that I talk through problems and so on, just go to events, and you'll be able to see some other things that I'm going to be talking on in the future. It's going to be much more focused, and don't forget to see the past events and the past videos as well. If some of the things that we talked about today did not make a lot of sense, then maybe in the past videos you'll be able to find some explanations. Quite a few things here. Slowly building up a catalog. Yes, the code for today is going to be in, where is it? Twitch board. In case you want to take a look. It's it's everything that we've written today from scratch: the CLI, the Twitch library, the Twitch board library as well. And yeah, if you like what I make, you can follow me on GitHub. I have some projects that are trying to help the community in terms of documentation as well. And last plug, I will be posting every day before I start a stream that I will be starting a stream. In this case, it was 7 hours ago. If you wanna help me find more people that would like these streams, follow me on Twitter. It's LEOSTERA. And whenever I tweet one of these things, just retweet it. And let's see how many people we can get talking about reason and trying to hack together. Well, that's it. Have a really good one and take care. See ya. All right, stay reasonable. That's the way I ended the stream. Stay reasonable, and I'll see you in the next reasonable coding. Bye-bye.